Hi, good morning, Chair. In terms of the rules, we may proceed with the business of today. I shall start with the roll call, Chair. Mr.
Yes,
Langa,
please. Good morning.
Mr. Chance,
Good morning, I'm present.
Mr. Three,
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues.
Mr. Gama,
Morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues present.
those are currently members on the platform, so other members may still join us during proceedings, Chair. We may proceed.
Thank you very much, colleagues. If you can just share the agenda. Can we get a move and seconder for the agenda?
Chair, Mr. Langa raises his hand, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Langa.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. No, Chair, I just wanted to check. Maybe you spoke on this in the previous meeting because I was not in that meeting. But this meeting seems to be clashing with the mini plenaries today. So I'm thinking that maybe other members as well might have commitments on the, they might be allocated some debates or declarations on the plenaries. So I'm not sure because normally if there is plenaries, all meetings, there will be no committee meetings. So maybe if I could get clarity around that. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable. Andrew, do you want to respond to that?
Chair, we have permission to proceed with the meeting today. Chair, it's on the mini plenaries on the virtual platform, Chair. Normally members will probably alternate between the two. If it was the dome, Chair, then we are required to be in the dome, but we were not told that we can't proceed with the meeting, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. No, thank you very much.
We need to move in a second, Chair, for the agenda, Chair.
Yes, can we get a second? Chief, I'm in a meeting. I'm making noise.
I
Yes,
move, Chair.
Thank you, Member Chance. Move. And any seconder? Can I get a seconder for the agenda? Members, are you here?
We're all on the platform, Chair.
Can I get a seconder for the adoption of the agenda, colleagues? Member Chance has moved.
Chair, I second.
Thank you very much, Member Three. Much appreciated. The purpose of the meeting today is the purpose of the master plan is to provide a broad framework for the development and growth of the South African cannabis industry to contribute to economic development, job creation, inclusive participation, rural development, and poverty alleviation. The responsibility of the master plan was initially with Department of Agriculture, but had been moved to Department of Trade and Industry and Competition on the 7th administration. The purpose of the engagement is to receive briefing from the DTIC, Department of Agriculture, as well as the Department of Health on their role, particularly through their legislative framework to enable the implementation of the hemp and cannabis commercialization strategy, as well as the National Cannabis Master Plan. With regards to the DOA, we have requested a Department of Agriculture to brief the committee on the status of legislation within its mandate that impacts on the implementation of the hemp and cannabis commercialization strategy and the National Cannabis Master Plan. In particular, the department should include an update on the Plant Improvement Act of 1950 Act 53 of 1976 and the declarations regarding the cannabis regulation and cultivation. With regard to the Department of Health, we've requested them to brief the committee on the status of the legislation within its mandate that impact on the implementation of hemp and cannabis commercialization strategy and the National Cannabis Master Plan. In particular, the department should include an update on the work being done to ensure that the alignment of the industry use with public health aspect. With regard to the H3 legal solution, represent.
Yeah, good, thanks. Look, I'm in a committee meeting,
Yeah,
but I'm also on my way.
If you can mute as well. Represent members of the licensed cannabis industry and has conducted a study on the legislative gaps that should be addressed to enable lawful market participation across all full value chain. They will be briefing the committee on the current legislative gaps, the consequences thereof, and the step required to address these gaps, and thus enabling the commercialization of the cannabis. I will now, and through your assistance, request Honorable Chance, because I'm also between two meetings, but I am in this meeting, to help assist me chair this particular meeting. I will also contribute to the meeting, and then he can follow the agenda. Thank you very much.
Noted, Chair, Mr. Chance.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually driving at the moment. I'm driving from the airport, so I don't have sight of the agenda, but whoever is first on the agenda can please proceed with their presentation.
Next on the agenda is the Department of DTIC. I think the Minister, Mr. Tao, is on the platform and probably lead a delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tao. We're looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chance, Chairpersons, and Honorable Members. As indicated by the Chair of the DTIC Committee, we will be presenting, but also sister departments will be presenting different facets of the work in relation to cannabis and hemp. Part of the presentations will include the legislative and regulatory issues and the work that's currently underway with regards to the Draft Cannabis for Private Purposes Regulations, the Plant Improvement Act, the Plant Breeders' Right Act, the process that's underway with regards to the review of the National Cannabis Master Plan. There's work done by the Department of Small Business Development with regards to the business licensing bill that's been before Parliament, and in the business licensing bill and inclusion that relates to cannabis and cannabis plants. There are also regulations with regards to indigenous knowledge systems that are being developed so that there's recognition of indigenous knowledge systems in the implementation process. There'll also be a reflection on regulations and what's underway. Honorable members, there's been a degree of permitting and licensing through. So in excess of 1,400 hemp permits have been issued, but there's also the medical cannabis processes where through SAPRA 120 licenses have been issued. We will then reflect on the commercialization and industrialization work that's been doing and the progress in that regard. It's a process that's underway, should be concluded fairly soon, and the presentation will indicate where we are in that regard so that the commercialization and industrialization work can be taken forward in earnest, including how do we sequence the implementation of the hemp parts of the industrialization, considering that depending on the level of THC, hemp can be planted and we can industrialize at the back of that whilst we're resolving the legislative and regulatory issues around cannabis overall. If I may, Chairperson, then invite the department to take us through the presentation, acknowledging that parts of the work that's being done by other departments will also be elaborated on by these departments. I just need to confirm that the Interministerial Committee has been established. There's been work that's done through the Interministerial Committee, so the coordination across departments is taking place, including at the technical level. Thank you very much, Chair. If I may invite the DG and colleagues to take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Minister. Please ask. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair, members, Minister, and colleagues. I think for expediency and ease of execution, let's ask Chief Director Mumisa, Head of Agro-Processing in the Sectors Branch, to take us through the presentation so that we can have time for the other presentations and questions as well. Mumisa, please.
Thanks, Chair and DG and the Minister and the members, and a very good morning. Chair, just to indicate that we've got John Jeffrey. He is the project manager for Hemp and Cannabis Master Plan. So we will be doing jointly the presentation. John will focus more on the regulatory reform for the hemp and cannabis industry. I will take some few slides. John, I'm hoping that you are ready on your side. Tulu, can you move to the next slide? I think the Minister has provided quite, I think, a good, coverage in terms of, the work of DTIC with regards to the Hemp and Cannabis Master Plan, and the fact that the work already is with the DTIC, and already there's an interministerial committee that is chaired by the Minister. And what we have also done, we've established the steering committee, which has got government labor as well as the private sector, which meets on a quarterly basis. We have also established chair and members for working groups that are mainly looking at the interventions in terms of the hemp and cannabis master plan, the issues of research, the issues of sustainable development, and the issues of market development. But more importantly, I think the issues around, how do we make sure that there are, there's quite a lot of support that is provided to the industry in terms of industrialization and commercialization. The next slide, Tulu. So this is basically the slide that talks to the SONA commitments, 2025 SONA commitments that we have committed as DTIC, that the cannabis industry has to become a global leader in the commercial production of hemp and cannabis, positioning the sector as a cornerstone of both agriculture as well as the industrial development. And also we have committed that we want to achieve a 10% annual growth in the cannabis industry, stemming from a 14 billion base, of which I think if you can look at it in total, the industry in terms of its market size is almost at 28 billion, of which 14 billion, it's mainly, I would say 50% is the illicit trade that is taking place in the industry or in the market. And then in terms of the performance of the industry, the market size currently, the industry is currently performing at the market size of almost 5.5 billion revenue as of 2025, with both, major contributors being the medicinal as well as the recreational activities that continue to expand. I think you have seen also in terms of the activities that are taking place in terms of, the retailers that are, mushrooming throughout. And then looking at the hemp as one of, very active, sector in terms of the hemp and cannabis, you would see that most of the global market is focusing more on the hemp activities, mainly in terms of the overall growth or the average growth of almost 17.3% now. If you look at from 2025 and up to 2032, we're looking at almost 17.3% average growth of only the hemp market size. And also looking at the value of that market is almost at 10.1 billion US dollars. I'm looking at the global market. Already South Africa is sitting at almost 40 billion in terms of the market size, in terms of the projections that have been outlined by the study that we have recently done, which is the LSF study. So it means it's a very lucrative industry that government has to focus on, as compared to if you look at the economic growth for South Africa, which is sitting at far less than 1%. The next slide. So So looking at the uses of hemp generally, Chair and members, you would see there's quite a lot of use of hemp for textile, industry or textile production, things like, your hemp fiber and so on. It's one of the areas that we've seen a critical demand in terms of the hemp fiber that is used by the different, industries, in firms. And then also you'd see as number 2 there, we use quite a lot of hemp, especially for things like cosmetics, which is your personal care, for doing, your oils, for doing your hair products, all the personal care products. There's quite a lot of products that we see in the market, especially by pharmaceutical companies and so on and so forth, as well as Discam and Clicks and so on. They've bought quite a lot of those products. And also looking at another, use, which is, I think, industrial use of hemp, the food and beverages. We see quite a lot of, hemp-based products, mainly the food products as well as beverages, especially the confectionery products like your space cookies and so on and so forth. They use quite a lot of, hemp. So we see this as the biggest market, especially the domestic market, for the uses of hemp from an industrial point of view. And then including the automotives, which is quite big now, especially in terms of the, parts for the different, different parts of the car, like, your panels and so on and so forth, as well as, making some of, the boots, interior parts and so on and so forth. So there's quite a lot of, firms that have already, commenced with that work. And mostly, I think some of the SEZs have commenced with that work, including, I think, some of the work that is related to the building material, which is used by different firms and different, industries thereof. The next slide. This is basically the objectives of the hemp and cannabis regulatory reform, which I think the minister has already outlined. I will jump this slide. And then the next slide is going to be on the progress on the implementation of the regulatory reform, which I'm going to hand over to you, John, just to give us the details in terms of the regulatory reform, especially by the different departments or regulators, Department of Justice, Health, Agriculture, and Small Business. John, over to you. Thanks, Chair. I'll come back later. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Ngumisa, and good morning, Chair and honourable members, and Minister Tao, and DGs and other officials. I'm assuming that everybody knows the difference, as it were, between cannabis and hemp and the legal implications of it. But just in brief, it's the same plant species, and that species has been cultivated for millennia, and it has come up with different varieties that do different things. So you would have plants that are grown for their fibers and the types of issues that Ngumisa was speaking about. You would have then your higher THC levels that are then used more for medical purposes or for recreational use. Hemp is basically legalized, and the difference between hemp and cannabis is effectively the THC level, which, and the Department of Agricultural officials will speak to this, it's set at 2% THC in the cannabis plant. So anything under that is that, and under is hemp. Anything over is cannabis, and it's a different regime that covers that. We also have to watch out in terms of there are 3 UN treaties which relate to cannabis and not to hemp. And there is a UN body that monitors the implementation of those treaties. So we have to ensure that we are not we're in compliance with those treaties, but that relates to cannabis. On the issue of the existing legal system, you've got the Prince judgment, which was 2018, which decriminalized the use of cannabis, didn't define what cannabis was, assumed everybody knew it, decriminalized it for private purposes, private use. It didn't set any amount of cannabis for private use. And it then obviously said people can possess and people can transport and they can grow the plants for private use. So that's the one law that's in place at the moment. I'll get on then to the Private Purposes Act. At the same time, and I won't speak much on it because the Department of Agriculture and Department of Health officials will speak on it. The Department of Agriculture was using the 1976 Plant Improvement Act to allow the licensing of hemp plants for cultivation. Initially, at that point, the level was set at 0.2%. They will report on it. That act has been replaced by the Plant Improvement Act of 2018, which came into effect on the 1st of December last year. So, but they will speak on that. And then the Health uses the Medicines and Related Substances Act, which has allowed, in terms of amendments to that, permits to be issued for growing high THC cannabis over the level for hemp, and that's for medical purposes, but they will speak about that. Now, the last parliament passed, sorry, if you can go back on the slides, the last parliament, I just want to speak on the justice one. The last parliament passed the Cannabis for Private Purposes bill, which was assented to by the president. That bill is trying to implement the Constitutional Court judgment. So it's dealing with the use of cannabis for private purposes. It's not about cultivation. It's not about industrialization, the large-scale uses. It's about the use for private purposes. So one point I forgot to raise with the court judgment is the court declined to decriminalize the buying and selling of cannabis. They had felt they didn't want to go there. That doesn't mean that it can't be decriminalized. It's just that judgment didn't do that. Now, the Private Purposes Act, as I've said, is about the private use. And you should know the Act. If you want me to go through it, I can. But it basically allows the Minister of Justice to set amounts for the possession of cannabis, the transportation of cannabis, and the number of cannabis plants that can be grown. And the Minister of Justice has put out draft regulations setting those amounts for public comment. That public comment closed yesterday. And the amounts are basically 750 grams for possession and for transportation, and 5 plants for cultivation. Because there's generally one growing season a year, I think those figures were cultivated from that. But anyway, the minister then will have to finalize those regulations. But before the regulations can be approved or can come into effect, Parliament has to approve those amounts. So there's still a role for Parliament in that process. What the Private Purposes Act, though, does is 2 other things. Apart from the issue of just affecting private purposes, it does 2 other things. The one is that it follows the international treaty definition of cannabis, and it defines cannabis, so that would be anything from the cannabis sativa plant or other members of the cannabis genus. It defines it as the fruiting and flowering tops and only, and nothing else. So even if you've got a high THC cannabis plant, if you remove the fruiting and flowering tops and the seeds are also excluded, then the rest is not cannabis legally, in terms of the legal definition, in terms of that act. And that's sort of quite significant in terms of the usage. The other thing it does is remove cannabis from the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act. which was the main act used to criminalize. So that has been done. The moment the Private Purposes Act comes into effect, those two aspects then will be there. Removal from the drugs and drug trafficking. It will just be governed by the Private Purposes Act, and it will be governed by the Medicines Act, which is effectively on the THC and CBD and other cannabinoid levels. So I don't want to. The health will speak about their law, but the Medicines Act sets levels of THC and CBD and other cannabinoids. Agriculture will speak about the Plant Improvement Act. If we can move to the next slide, please. But the issue basically is that what one must also say is the legal situation is not at all desirable. It's quite confusing. I think the issue that cannabis is not, hemp is generally okay, I think, but for cannabis that it is not, that the buying and selling of cannabis is not legal is something that is a huge gap. It started with the Constitutional Court saying you have a right to consume cannabis, but you can't buy it or sell it. So you've got to grow it. What happens then to that right if you can't buy or sell it? Basically what's been happening at the moment is using existing laws. We're still looking at that aspect. What are the short term, so that there really need to be two paths, a long-term path of an overarching cannabis bill, and then what are the short-term amendments that are needed to overcome bottlenecks or obstructions. The one is the issue of the buying and selling, and we've de facto got a large retail industry and buying and selling going on. The Cannabis for Private Purposes Act restricts that, but does say that if you look at the definition of dealing, that if you are buying and selling in terms of a license issued by national legislation, then you can buy and sell cannabis, sell it to the public, buy it from growers, that kind of thing. So we have been looking at approaching, or we have approached Department of Small Business as to whether they can, either in the existing Business Act or in the Business Licensing Bill, make provision for the licensing of cannabis businesses. And we're still engaging with them on that. Although there's a lot of detail there on the Business Licensing Bill, it doesn't contain, as far as I'm aware, any provisions relating to licensing of cannabis businesses at this stage. So there is, just in terms of what's on the slide, there is a view of having an overarching bill. The minister's spoken about it, but that bill will be quite complicated and take some time. This is new law across the world. South Africa's position is not particularly unique in terms of decriminalizing for private use, but not allowing dealing in cannabis. So the one amendment that we feel is quite urgent is something to allow for the licensing of cannabis products. The other provision is the people who've been left out of this whole process, I feel, are the traditional growers who have grown cannabis for generations and who've not been able to get permits because it's over the THC limit for hemp, and they don't fit into the requirements from the Medicines Act for growing it for medical purposes. Those permits are issued by SAPRA. We did also propose to small business an amendment that would allow the premier of a province to declare an area, a geographic area in that province, as an area in which there are traditional growers, and then for those traditional growers to to be able to give and to show that they are traditional growers, and to be able to be given permits to basically cultivate cannabis. And it's what we call land races, the local variety that has developed over the years. So basically, in short, with the regulatory aspect, it's the long-term issue, the short-term issue. The whole thing is quite complicated. And even with I can't speak for Justice, but even with the comments on the regulations, pointing out contradictions, which there obviously are in the situation, because it's new law. Just if you can go to the last slide, I think the next slide, I think I've covered everything. Oh, okay. And then, the minister's spoken about that, and they're not here. There's the Indigenous Knowledge Act, which is not in effect as yet. And because cannabis has been around in South Africa for a very long time, there's a lot of indigenous knowledge that communities who have been cultivating cannabis have developed, and that indigenous knowledge needs to be protected. So the coming into effect of the Indigenous Knowledge Act will also have an impact on the rights of indigenous communities and protecting their knowledge, and that will come into effect once the regulations similar to the Private Purposes Act have been finalized. Maybe just to say legally, the other aspect, the other category are the Rastafari, who are, I guess, consuming cannabis for private purposes, but doing it from a religious perspective. They also need to be addressed. I know the Portfolio Committee of Justice, in dealing with the Private Purposes Bill, tried to make provisions like that, but weren't able to follow through with them because of the time pressures. Mr. Gareth Prince brought a case, well, he did the 2018 case, but he brought an earlier case where he was arguing the right of Rastafari to consume cannabis for religious purposes, and therefore part of that, those religious rights. He lost that case by one vote in the Constitutional Court. So if one judge had voted differently, he could have won it. That case was 20 years ago, so I wonder if he brought it back to court, because things have moved quite a lot in terms of people's perceptions, whether that would have the same impact. But if you can just move to the next slide, I think then I've covered everything. I think that's then more on the implementation issue. Ngumi, I think you were going to cover that.
Thank you, John, and back again, Chair, with your permission. Here, Chair, we are talking about Inzango Umia, and in terms of Umia, which is hemp permits, the Department of Agriculture has issued to date, I think, up to 2,031 hemp cultivation permits, which are mainly there to assist to legalize those growers who are involved in terms of the hemp production. So this shows that there is quite a lot of growth in terms of the hemp value chain, which actually also reflect the interest from the farmers as well as the cooperatives from the rural areas. In terms of the medicinal cannabis license, I think the minister has indicated already the license that have been issued there, especially for the Section 22 licensees as well as Section 21 licenses, to ensure that they're able to do the manufacturing, extraction of oils and packaging, and also, develop all these different products that are required for medicinal purposes. This is another, subsector which is very important in terms of, ensuring, our people, they're helped with the issues of anxiety, cancer issues, and so on and so forth. So those Section 22 licensees, they are sort of, manufacturing those products to help, different patients and so on and so forth, as well as the wellness, health and and wellness sector. And then also from the DOA side, they have published or they have listed 2 hemp varieties, which is the mainly ARC, Ken 001, as well as ARC, Ken 003, which are mainly the seed varieties that are going to boost the local supply as well as reduce the reliance on imports, especially from China. And DSTI, they've put a fully fledged program in terms of the medicinal cannabis program, which is mainly looking at, different types of, trials that are undertaken with different products that are manufactured to help, ensure, once again, people are helped with different type of diseases that they are faced with. As you know, that hemp and cannabis is very good to help. That includes also from DSTI a high-end medical cannabis program, which they have established through the African Natural Medicines Consortium, which is working on priority health conditions, as I've indicated earlier on, like cancer, diabetes, and so on and so forth. The next slide. In terms of the provincial planting season, I think the focus here, Chair, it's mainly around, ensuring that there's, commercialization and, more importantly, support to the, to the growers, especially the indigenous growers, and more important, to make sure that there's industrialization that is happening throughout, all provinces, as reflected in terms of this map. You would see that from Gauteng alone, if you look at Gauteng alone, we have issued more than 199 hemp permits together with DOA. And also there are quite a number of, offtakes that have been provided to those growers. And if you move to KZN also, there are quite a number of hemp permit holders that are actively involved, almost 350. And the target from the last plantings from September last year, which is the current planting season ending now March, it's almost 680 tons of hemp as well as cannabis production. And then Eastern Cape also continued to thrive in terms of the natural fiber hub, which is taking place around the Puha SEZ and so on and so forth. And Western Cape also continues to do quite a lot of trials on seed production. And Northern Cape has established also quite a number of hemp trials around Upington and so on and so forth, and also around the Karoo region. So there's quite a lot of projects that are, that we are involved in together with provincial departments of agriculture, and more importantly, monitoring the work in terms of industrialization of the hemp and cannabis industry. The next slide, ma'am. And that includes also provinces like, Limpopo and so on and so forth. So I will not cover much around these issues because I think the information is quite clear, including the issues of the training of the farmers. Then the last part is around the way forward, what we are planning to do in the next few months to go. That is, the first issue is to accelerate the regulatory roadmap, just to make sure that we are able to finalize the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act regulations, working with the Department of Justice. As John has indicated, that it's important that the private use, it is regulated, but more important to ensure that in terms of this regulation, we remove the cannabis as a drug so that full commercialization can commence, as DTIC has commenced with the commercialization policy, and more importantly, those hemp permit holders as well as the SAPRA licenses, they are able to be on a full-scale commercialization as well as trade and selling of cannabis in the local market as well as the export market. So that is what we want to do, fast-track that work, and then promote inclusive growth by empowering growers and processors. Here, the issue is around ensuring affordable finance, ensuring there's a full-scale, aggregation model that is, used by DTIC together with provinces and management, the farmers, and the robust capacity building initiatives, and the technical assistance that is aimed at improving, operational efficiency, product quality, as well as the long-term business sustainability, all the compliance issues in terms of this industry, especially around the EU gap, and as well as compliances around the GAPC and the GMP, which is mainly needed in terms of the export market, as also more importantly in terms of the product traceability around, product quality management, working with the regulators. And also we want to focus on encouraging investment, especially targeting, the incentives that we have from government, as well as fostering the public-private partnership. We have already established an incentive, which is the agro-processing support incentive, but we think that we can collaborate with the private sector to make sure that there's enough kitty to cover as many activities as possible. As you would know, that to set up a manufacturing business for the cannabis is quite expensive. So we need to make sure that we've got enough kitty to cover those activities. And then the last part that we are focusing on is going to be around commercialization of hemp and cannabis, as I've indicated earlier on, especially on the market development, looking at the export market, using our, the trade agreement, focusing on the Middle East, focusing on the EU, focusing on the continental free trade area. So we want to maximize, those trade agreements that we have to be able to benefit our industries. But more importantly, knowing for a fact that the industries are already in those markets, but we want to upscale the export, and we have already established the Export Council that is going to monitor all the export activities with regards to the hemp and cannabis industry, and also to drive competitiveness and sustainable business expansion. With that said, Chair, I think I've come to an end of this presentation. I know my colleagues, they will also have to do their presentation from the Department of Agriculture, just to take us through on the issues of the activities with regards to primary agriculture, and as well as the Department of Health in terms of the edibles regulations and so on, and the Department of Justice around the Private Purposes Act regulations. Thank you so much, Chair and members.
Chair, the next presentation is by the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Ramasodi, the Director General, is leading the delegation, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Andre. Mr. Ramasodi, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition. Let me take this time also to greet Honorable Minister Tau. The team is led by the DG of the DTIC, DG Hamilton, all colleagues from the Department of Agriculture. Honorable Chair, I've got Dr. Netno Ngwana with me and Mr. Joseph Matabe. I have also realized that we have got colleagues from the Department of Health, Justice and SAPS, all of those colleagues working in tandem, led by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. I would like to pass my greetings to all the colleagues. We have got a presentation that we have got to make, Honorable Chair. Part of that presentation towards the latter end, Munisa was already taking and introducing the paths that the Department of Agriculture would be making today. Those are mainly targeted towards ensuring that there is a regulatory framework that deals with agriculture in a broader framework, ensuring that we address the issues of small-scale and historically disadvantaged farmers, and also ensure that the part that deals with agricultural regulations within the broader context of the formal value chain are being addressed. Now, the regulation within agriculture falls within the ambit of the Plant Improvement Act as correctly introduced. In a long run, we would think that that would be broadened towards the plant breeders' rights as we move ahead. We are quite cognizant in terms of the areas that the Department of Agriculture is responsible for, Honorable Chair, specifically around the regulatory framework and the cultivation expansion, and ensuring that the small-scale and rural growers have got support from the department to grow this sector. That is a sunrise sector that we are looking at beyond the current value of 28 billion that is there. Let me just take this time, with your permission, Chair, to request the lead within the department, Mr. Joseph Matlabe, to make the presentation. Please, Honorable Chair, if there are incongruences in terms of the statistics, please, the statistics coming from the Department of Agriculture are as latest as we could garner, but there would be so much difference in terms of what was earlier presented. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Mahlave, as my DG introduced. I'm going to share with you the status of the legislation, which is Plan Improvement Act, on how it impacts on the implementation of the Cannabis Master Plan. And in front of us is the layout of my presentation. I think some of the issues my colleagues, John Jeffrey and Numisa, they've touched on them. But I think this is to suffice. This is the layout of my presentation. I'll take you through the purpose and the background, and also the plan in place with regard to stakeholder engagement, and conclude. The next slide, please. And this is as the acronyms. I'm not going to go through them. As I've indicated, the main aim is to bring the honorable members and everyone in the House up to speed in terms of the legislative mandate, which is Plan Improvement Act, on how it impacts on implementation of the hemp and cannabis commercialization strategy and the National Cannabis Master Plan. And also to give you an update on the Plan Improvement Act and with regard to the declarations made up to date, and also the intentions in terms of moving forward. Next slide. And this is just the background. I don't want to bore you with this background, but we are very much happy with the work done by our honorable members. This is where we are. Hence, they've identified this cannabis as one of the commodity which will be able to help the country in addressing some of the priorities with regard to food security and job creation. And of course, we did coordinate the activities around the master plan, but that responsibility now is with our sister department, or the brother department. And just to indicate to everyone that after the master plan coordination been transferred to DTIC, the Department of Agriculture is responsible for mainly, let's say, 2 pillars, but we make contribution to pillar number 1, which is effective regulatory system. I'm going to talk to it, but our main one is a sustainable seed supply system. And we also make contribution to research and technology development, which is led by the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. And as we all know that the production is mainly with our provincial departments, but we make sure that we provide adequate support, from technical support and also financial support, to make sure that they can implement their priority programs. Those are the 4 pillars. In the other pillars, we are just only provide the support to other department. Next slide. And I'd like to start with the effective regulatory system, as we've indicated. Mainly the Plan Improvement Act, its main purpose is to ensure that we regulate the physical and physiological quality, genetic integrity, and orderly trade of plant propagative material in the country. And in this case, with plant propagative material, I know I'm from agriculture, I understand what does it mean, but just to simplify it, we're talking about the seeds, whether it's the bulbs, and also the tissue cultures and the cutting we use to make sure that we can come up with the good quality crops. And I'd like to indicate that in the Plan Improvement Act is not all the seeds which has been regulated, but we regulate the seeds of economic value, which we know in terms of the demand and also the volumes are the one who are in circulation, to make sure that we safeguard the interests of our farmers by making sure that the seeds they utilize are of good quality and will be able to guarantee them the good germination thereof. And on that note, I'd like to indicate to do that, we've also officially delegated the authority to some entities which operates under our department. In this case, with regard to the seeds or for the agronomic seeds like this, cannabis, we've got the certification schemes named SANSO, and we've got also other certification scheme which is responsible for potatoes. We call them potato certification schemes. And we've got also the one responsible for the deciduous and the one for vineyards. Those are the established certification schemes to date, but the one for cannabis is still in the pipeline. But the submission was shared and also the plan with the minister, which was approved, but that is for hemp. Then we put everything on hold because our view and also with the recommendation from the mini Pakistan we held recently, even though it's not recent, it was 2002, the agreement is to include the high THC so that that scheme is only cannabis, not the hemp certification scheme, but should cover all the cannabis species. As a result, we did put the plan on hold, waiting for the Cannabis for Private Purpose Act to repeal the Drug and Trafficking Act, which will pave way for us to accommodate the high THC. And to date, I'd like to indicate that we only declared the hemp as agriculture crop, and we're waiting for other processes as indicated with regard to the Cannabis for Private Purpose Act to be in place. And once in place, we already have the plans in place as the process flow, what is going to happen. The first thing is to declare the high THC as agricultural crop, which will be followed by the harmonization of the Plant Improvement Act and also with the Medicinal and Related Substance Act, and which will also be followed by the handover of the permit process from SAPRA with regard to high THC to the Department of Agriculture. From there, there will be stakeholder engagements and so on and so forth. But we'll make sure that the process is not going to be disturbed. And the plan is to make sure that the farmers can be able to produce this. And we're going to be cognizant of the existing conventions and agreement with regard to National Narcotics Board on how to report in terms of the volumes produced. Next slide, please. And these are just the provision of the Plant Improvement Act. As I've indicated, the purpose of this act is to regulate the propagative material. And what we do, we regulate the premises and the businesses which handle plant and propagative material intended for cultivation purposes. This one I'm referring to all the seed sellers, the seed cleaners, and also the seed prepackers, and the nurseries and the test laboratories, which handle this propagative material. And with regard to these premises, to date, we've registered 15 premises which handle the hemp propagative material, and we've also registered 13 nurseries which are involved in the propagation of the hemp and also the selling of the propagative material of hemp. And one other provision is with regard to the import. We regulated the importation of all seeds which comes into the country to make sure that they don't bring some of the exotic pest diseases, and the quality thereof, it will be of acceptable value. And on that import regulations, we issue the import authorization for unlisted varieties and also the listed varieties. And we regulated the movement of these materials, and we've got inspectors throughout the countries who make sure that the consignments conform with the stipulated requirements. And on the fourth step, which also talks to step number 1 and 2 and 3, all the seeds which comes into account being imported, if it's not listed before it's can be listed, it needs to be evaluated for a period of 2 seasons, which means 2 years. And we use 2 systems. One system is in terms of the UPOF, which is to determine the distinguishability of that new varieties to make sure that it's uniform and is also stable in terms of production. That is completely different from the mother plant. And the other system which we use to check the suitability of the new varieties which are in the country in terms of crop suitability for certain areas. As you all know that we've got different agroecological zones in the country, then if there is any new varieties of economic value, before even our farmers can buy, whether you are in Lukisiki, we need to be able to evaluate to make sure that it is indeed suitable for that particular area. And that system is almost new, as it came up with the new Plan Improvement Act, which repealed the one of 1976. And in terms of the Plan Improvement of 1918, we're going to implement that. We've already started with the hemp, which we evaluate them throughout the countries in all provinces. We've got demonstration trials where we evaluate these new registered varieties. And on the other hand, which is also linked to all those steps, those inspectors, they collect samples to make sure that they are of good quality. We've got official seed testing laboratories in Rutherford, and currently we've got makeshift laboratories in Harvest House here in Acadia, where we evaluate and test those seeds to make sure that the germination is right and the purity is also up to standard. I've touched on the issue of the certification schemes. With regard to this hemp, I've indicated that the scheme has been approved by the minister, but we are just waiting for the development on the other side with regard to high THC, so that we can formalize and implement the cannabis certification schemes, which will make sure that farmers will have access to good quality seeds. And we also regulated the export of some of the commodities. For example, also with the cannabis, if there is a need for the importing country, based on their requirements that they need certain certificates, and also the test which needs to be run, the department does that to make sure that our farmers or our producers, they can be able to access those markets. And the last one is with regard to hemp cultivation permits. From Pakistan, there have been deliberations because of the conditions and the requirements were very much strict, where there was a need for the policy clearance, and there was also the issue of the limits in terms of the hectareage, and those conditions have been removed, especially in terms of hemp, and also the issue of fencing. Those requirements are no longer there, which means it's only in terms of to make sure that the applicant is having either the title deeds or the lease agreements or the papers from the traditional leader. Then based on that, then they'll be able to give us their details, and the hemp cultivation permits will be issued. And the cost for that, I think, is around 700 Rand, which is not a lot, but it might be a lot to others. But we're trying by all means to make sure that we create a balance in terms of the costs, because they will still need inspections to be carried out and other issues. We can move to the next slide. And still on the effective regulatory system, I've indicated earlier on, we used to have the Plan Improvement Act of 1976, Act 56, which has been repealed by the Plan Improvement Act of 2018, where we make a lot of amendments on the regulations, which includes the issue of the THC, and one of the regulations which is appropriate, as I've indicated, that there was a need to provide evidence to all the stakeholders, including the Department of Health, so that, SAPRA, so that they can be able to do some reschedules in terms of the THC. And the results we got from those demonstration trials, and we do the tests, we all find out that this THC, this hemp in the country, the THC in it varies. The 0.2% was not okay, it was very much restrictive, because from some of the trials, the THC varied even a little bit above 0.2%. Then the technical committee from the Department of Agriculture said and look at all the results and also in terms of literature and lies with some of the other countries. Then we come up with the conclusion that the 2% is okay, because considering also the climate change related issues, so that we don't really put our farmers in a difficult situation, just to give a leeway so that 2% will be sufficient. But I think South Africa, this is the only country with the 2%. Most of the other countries which are more generous is 1%. But in our case, we realize that we are unique. Then 2% was sufficient for low THC. And other issues I think I've talked to in terms of the some of the requirements to get the hemp permit, which was the limitation and had been revised. And permits, I'd like to indicate that currently is only issued in terms of THC, and we only issued for hemp, which is less than 2%. Can move to the next slide. And still on effective regulatory system, my colleagues, I think they've touched on this one, but just to give correction in terms of their slides, but I know their slides was talking about 1,000 something, but to date we've issued 2,031 hemp cultivation permits. We issued 275 to Eastern Cape, and Free State is 133, Gauteng 313, the KZN 731. And I'd like to indicate that for KZN, most of these hemp permit were sponsored by the Provincial Department of Agriculture in terms of the costs. And the one for Limpopo, we issued around 166, Mpumalanga 149, Northern Cape is 43, and the Northwest 148, and the Western Cape is 66. And I'd like to indicate all the province, they've got different priorities. For example, the Western Cape, they did not privatize the hemp. They rather, according to their plans, they are more focused on issues of value addition, that they can be able to come up with some products emanating from the cultivation of this, which means they are willing to source the material from other provinces so that they can develop their own product. And on that note, in terms of product development, from agriculture, we got commitment from CASPA program, where they are willing to support the province in terms of whether they embark on product development. They've got the allocation to support provinces in terms of whatever they need. And the hemp condition, I've talked to it. I think we can move to the next slides. Still on effective regulatory system, I think I've indicated that we've got all systems and all ducks in a row, waiting for Cannabis for Private Purpose Act to repeal the cannabis in drug and drug trafficking. And as a result, we'll be able to kickstart our process. But I can assure you that all systems are in place, and we've already developed good agricultural practices, which is going to complement the good manufacturing practices with regard to the high THC, particularly for processing, where in terms of supporting the province in whatever they produce, so that they produce them in accordance with the requirements of the good manufacturing practices, which has been implemented or administered by SAPRA. The next step. The other one, which is on sustainable system, which is one of our core mandate. I'd like to indicate that the Department of Agriculture, and thanks for the leadership of the Department of Agriculture, they've sponsored the development of these two new varieties. And there are also other resources allocated for the development of the other new seed as a part of a national seed security program. As you know, that most of the seeds, we don't own them, but this one are some of the seeds which are owned by the country. They are not being developed by multilateral organizations or companies. Then these we've got a program from the Department of Agriculture to make sure that we're going to develop our own seeds so that whatever we have in our gene bank will have also our material. And the plan is in place to move around and support the other communities, particularly from different municipalities, which know they traditionally have other material which are not registered. But here we're talking about the high THC, the local interests, which Mr. John Jeffrey talked about, to make sure that those varieties are protected, and they also will have those material in a gene bank for further improvement. And in terms of seed multiplication, as a department, we've established different sites for seed multiplication, which are outdoor, and those seed multiplication, they are in Western Cape, particularly we've got one in Mitford Bay, Robertson, and Oudtshoorn. But others is more in terms of research, but around the issue of seed multiplication. And on the hindsight, we had different deliberations with the different provinces, and at the moment, we're trying to make sure, based on the volumes of the permit issues, we are in discussion with the KZN Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, because they've got a good facility which we can be able to use it for seed multiplication. And if we can be able to find each other with regard to utilization of the facility, we will be in a position to produce seeds, these hemp seeds, throughout the year without depending on the climate outside, because it is indoor and protected. Therefore, we might expect reasonable volumes from there, but those is not going to be the Department of Agriculture per se producing. The plan with the province, we want to make sure that we've got the new agripreneur with regard to seed multiplication or seed producers, black seed producers, who can also utilize the facility and distribute the seeds to our emerging farmers at a reasonable cost, because seeds is very expensive. And if we can be able to use this based on a genetic material, then I think we'll be able to address that particular issue. But the plan is not only for hemp. The plan we are discussing and making plans in place in case the issue of the high THC makes way, so that it can also be accommodated. But so far, we're working closely with them, and also we're making headways. And in terms of the planting season, we also did discuss with different provinces based on the amount of seed which are in our possession, and we did share some of the seed with those provinces. In this case, 950 kg of seed was distributed to Limpopo and also Gauteng. And the seed multiplication, as I've indicated, that is the program is ongoing. And I've touched on the issue that we've got the demonstration trials in different provinces, all 9 provinces, to make sure that we can use those facility to train our extension practitioners and also the hemp permit holders on the other practices which might be required to boost their production systems. Next step. And these are just the pictures of what is happening on the ground. And the other one, if I'm not wrong, the first one, it was the recent one in Liverpool, Vembe, where there was a problem of floods, then there was a replanting. Those are the pictures. The other one at the bottom, I think, if I'm not wrong, that picture might be from Bethlehem in the Free State. And the other one might be in Mpumalanga, where they are also doing the drying. And the other pictures are from different provinces. I just looked at a few, but in a nutshell, the program is throughout the country to make sure that our farmers will be able to learn the best way to produce this hemp. Next slide. And because there was a main issue, if we talked about with regard to hemp, there was a problem between this hemp and also the high THC or the marijuana taga, which we were scared of with regard to the issue of cross-pollination. And as a result, from the department, we've commissioned quite a number of research projects to get the evidence. Those reports have been commissioned with ARC, mainly to get generating local agroecological production data, which is required when we're going to do the zoning, so that we've got the proper evidence. And also are evaluating cultivar and adaptability across the different provinces, as I've indicated. And some of the projects is to determine the optical planting windows for this hemp, and also assessing the fiber and grain yield performance. And the other project is on developing best practice economic guideline, which it will be important, and supporting evidence-based policy refinement. And I'd like to indicate that these initiatives, that hemp production is underpinned by credible scientific data and tailored to South African conditions. As I've indicated, we did observe that this particular crop in terms of THC does vary based on the agroeconomic zones, and the 2% is one which I think is better threshold set to assist our farmers. The next step. And still on the sustainable producer support, I've indicated in terms of the training offered, and I'm confident to say in 2024-2025, we've trained almost 480 agricultural advisors in all provinces who are involved in matters relating to hemp, and we've also trained 556 hemp permit holders. As I've indicated earlier on, my unit is mainly to support the province in terms of technical support, and also where there might be a need, either with the financial resource, we use other units within the Department of Agriculture to make sure that they are supported, including the issue of CASP, and also that we've got the Agri-PE, which provides agriculture support packages, including the hemp permit holders, and we've got also the MAFISA, and we've got also the blended finance. Those are the financial mechanisms which are in place to support our hemp producers. And still on the part of training, the training for both agricultural advisors and permit holders are based on agronomic best practices, the regulatory compliance, as you know that our main job is to regulate the industry, and also on crop management and post-harvest handling, which mainly deals overlap to the issues which are handled by our brother department, DTIC. The next step. Next slide. And these are the stakeholder engagement which we did embark on in terms of amending some of the regulations, especially for the Plan Improvement Act, or Act number 11 of 2018, that we took most of the information from the mini Pakisa, where we had the different stakeholders. And even though we did have other workshops here in Pretoria, and the other one, it was in Western Cape. And we had other mini workshops which were assisted by the provincial departments to source in information from our local farmers. And those are the ones, I think some of these issues we did talk to, and our colleagues from DTIC, they are working on it. And we did make input into the hemp and cannabis commercial strategy. And we're working very healthy with our brother department. And I'd like to thank them based on the secretariat established, led by John Jeffrey, where we had the meetings almost on a weekly basis, where there is a need, and we make sure that we have a input into those working groups. And in terms of the inputs and the guidance we get from there is very much helpful. And hence they've got the know-how of all steps taken by the Department of Agriculture. Next slide. And in conclusion, honorable members, the key achievement from agriculture, just to sum them up, is a formal recognition of hemp as agricultural crop, which I indicated that it happened in 2021, 2022, and the plan is to make sure that we can declare the high THC cannabis as agricultural crops once the Cannabis for Private Purpose Act has been promulgated. And the second point is the amendment of the THC threshold, which I've indicated that it was problematic to our farmers, and we did move it to 2%. And the third one is the registration of the 2 locally developed hemp seed varieties, which are available, and we're trying by all means to make sure that our farmers in different provinces, they can be able to access it, even though the challenge is to make sure that the cost related to how can we further multiply them. But there is an appetite from the local farmers, and there is a plan in place from different communities to make sure that we can have members who are going to impact on seed production. And the fourth one is on the establishment of the seed multiplication trial I have talked to, and the commissioning of targeted research with the Agricultural Research Council. That is the reasonable amount of money which is allocated to this Agricultural Council, because it's our entity, to make sure that there is a proper breeding program, and they've got also the new seeds coming in to boost our local farmers. And thirdly, the last one is the issuance of 2031 hemp permits to date, and also the training and extension, the training of extension personnel and the permit holders. That the plan is in place as we are doing busy with the harvesting. Then we've also received some of the requests from different provinces in terms of the new permit holders who are not trained, and also new other areas where there are extension practitioners would require training. And in the next month, there will be reports, and we'll start to roll out the training of making sure that our extension personnel are well capacitated, including our farmers. And that's my presentation, and thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Member Chance. We're juggling between meetings here. Thank you very much, colleagues from Agriculture. Did we agree to take the third presentation from experts who have a research, so that we can have a comprehensive discussion? Andre, if you can guide me.
Chair, the next presentation, Chair, is from the Department of Health. Chair, the Deputy Director, Ms. Dr. Pillay, is leading the delegation, Chair.
Okay, if you can proceed then.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, ministers, deputy ministers, DGs, and colleagues. I'm Anban Pillay. I'm the DDG in the Department of Health, responsible for this area of work. First, let me tender apologies for the minister as well as DG. There is a National Health Council meeting at the same time. I'm joined by Mr. Khatla, as well as Ms. Fafudi from the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, as well as colleagues from the South African Medical Research Council, Professor Harker, Professor Kani, Dr. Bundwini, and the chair as well of our Ministerial Advisory Committee, Professor London. So, Chair, we have prepared 2 presentations. One from the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, which covers the regulation of cannabis from the SAPRA perspective and mandate. And then secondly, the Medical Research Council with Prof. Harker, as well as the colleagues, will talk about the regulation of the edibles or foods that relate to cannabis, as well as legislation and the issues of THC. It'll be good to know how much of time we have, Chair, so we can make sure we don't consume too much time relative to the other speakers. I'm not sure how much you've allocated to us. I think you muted, Chair. I didn't hear. Okay, we can proceed, I guess, with the presentation, and Chair, you can guide us on that. Ms. Fafudi, you can go ahead with the SAPRA presentation first.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, My name is Daphne Fafudi, and I will be presenting on behalf of SAPRA. I will start with the current regulations. So as a member state to the UN, the 1961 Convention on Narcotic Drugs, the 1971 Convention on Psychotropic Substances, and the 1988 Convention that prohibits illicit trade in narcotics and psychotropic substances refers. So as a member state, we are to ensure that regulations have relating to accurate data on licensing activities when it comes to cultivation and the production is accurately reflected. This in the national estimate relating to consumption and assessments, whereby we need to report on a quarterly and annual basis to the UN's International Narcotics Control Board. In South Africa, Department of Health and SAPRA are obligated to establish efficient, accountable, and transparent systems for regulatory oversight throughout the supply chain and prioritizing the health and safety, minimizing the risk of diversion of these as they are internationally controlled. So with regards to cannabis, mainly the interest currently is in relation to THC and CBD. So the current regulations in terms of the Medicines and Related Substances Act for medical purpose is based on Section 22, that manufacturers of scheduled substances are required to be licensed by SAPRA, and this and then with regards to the scheduled substances, the tetrahydrocannabinol and the CBD, which is cannabidiol, are the cannabinoids that are within the schedules. And we conduct inspections in accordance with good manufacturing practice, including currently for cultivation, until the regulations enable the Department of Agriculture. And we also issue permits because the Act requires that anyone who possesses Schedule 6 substances must be in a possession of a permit for manufacturing, including cultivation. And then also for import and export, Section 22A11 requires that because we are reporting on this internationally. So with regards to CBD, it is listed in the Schedule 4 of the schedules and THC in the Schedule 6. And substances that are within the schedules need to, the Medicines Act prescribes where this should be sold because they are medicines. So, and with the exception whereby the CBD is regarded as complementary medicine, or if it does not contain more than 600 milligrams of CBD, the whole sales pack. Also, in terms of dose, it must not contain more than 20 milligrams, and it must not make mention of serious health claim, then it will be excluded from the schedules. And if it is processed products made from the cannabis raw plant material for ingestion, it also must not contain more than 0.0075% of CBD. And then with regards to THC, when it comes to hemp, it has been excluded, and also processed products. Then in the mini Pakisa that happened in 2023, it was resolved that we need to develop an enable mechanism, and there were 3 work streams which were looking into this. From those work streams from SAPRA side, we had to amend our schedules, and we therefore amended the schedules to enable the limits for THC to be determined by the Minister of Agriculture and enable SAPRA to have oversight over although the cultivation, when the enabling legislation for the Department of Agriculture, SAPRA will only provide oversight. Then will come in when it's good manufacturing process that will be involved. And these are the areas that shows that which areas do then the Department of Agriculture in terms of good agricultural practice will come in, and the good manufacturing practices will then come in. But at the moment, the justice legislation was yet to enable the Department of Agriculture to take over this responsibility. Then we therefore amended our schedules in 2024, where we then also had to put in some contingencies for various departments also to enable this to happen. So as we have seen that the Department of Justice have just recently published their regulations for comment to enable amongst others, the Department of Agriculture. And then in terms of, I just want to go quickly because, okay, in terms of the licenses for cultivation, we have issued so far 124 licenses. And in terms of breakdown of provinces, 39 in Gauteng, 10 in the Eastern Cape, Free State 5, KZN 17, the Northwest 9, Limpopo 7, Northern Cape 3, 27 in the Western Cape, and 4 in Mpumalanga. There are very few licenses that are currently inactive, and we work hand in hand with the license holders. And this is all from SAPRA's update, and we continue to participate in the DTIC master plan and also collaborate with other colleagues in ensuring that we enable this sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Daphne. If we can then go to the next presentation from our colleagues at SAMRC. Professor Haka, I invite you and the colleagues to put up the presentation and go through it.
Thank you so much. Let me just share. Apologies, I just needed to move it over.
If you could put it on slideshow, I think that'll be good.
Yep.
Yep, that's great. Thanks.
There we go. Thank you so very much, Chair, members of the committee, and honourable members. We thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to present. Just by way of an introduction to myself and the colleagues that will be with me in this presentation, we have Dr. Ngobile Bundwini, that's a senior lecturer and cannabis industry research specialist from the University of Cape Town, as well as Associate Professor Tara Carney, who's a specialist scientist with our unit, which is the Mental Health, Alcohol, Substance Use and Tobacco Research Unit within the SAMRC. That is one of the units that we have at the Medical Research Council. And then, of course, myself, Nadine Harker, who's the Deputy Director and Senior Specialist Scientist. I direct the Substance Use Program for the unit mentioned. What we will be sharing is a presentation that we did for the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Foodstuffs. I'll probably get the full name wrong. That was last year, and Dr. Belay has asked that we present at this forum as well, the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. And we've slightly amended the presentation to include the work that Dr. Ngobile has done, as we feel that those are important slides to share. So as much as we are speaking, as you see in the title, to cannabis-infused foodstuffs, edibles, we might also just mention broader harms, public health harms related to overall cannabis use. There are a number of slides, but we do believe that we need to share, but I don't think we'd be going over our time limit. One of the things I thought just to mention is just to acknowledge up front that we do have a paucity in the research pertaining to cannabis-infused stuffs in South Africa, as well as cannabis in general. We have limited routine data. We rely heavily on our treatment demand data, which I'll speak to a little bit later. And of course, we'll draw on household community type surveys that have been done. But just to emphasize that at this stage, we have limited population level data. We do cite international research as a guideline for all of the work that we do and what we propose from the medical research side, and the evidence from these countries. Just the structure that we will follow is Tara, Mobile, and I will do a joint presentation. So we will come online when, or they will come online when they need to. But we do concur with some of the other speakers, John Jeffrey as well, that the legislation around cannabis is a prickly pear and there are so many facets to it, and that we do hope that meaningful recommendations can come from this process that can be integrated to protect public health. I also just need to share the unit AIM, that is the Mental Health, Alcohol, Substance Use and Tobacco Research Unit AIM, which is to conduct and facilitate high quality scientific research to inform policy healthcare services, interventions which promote mental health and reduce harmful effects of substance use. I do want to acknowledge the presence of our unit director, Prof. Jason Banchis, that's also listening in during this time. This is just the SAMRC's transformation statement, which we flag or flight at all our presentations, where we just acknowledge the SAMRC's historical role and our intention to correct some of these inequities. A general overview, that is just what we will be covering. What I did mention to not put in there is Mobile's presentation, which will touch on commercialization. So just by way of a start to the process, an introductory definition, as far as it pertains to cannabis-infused foodstuffs, which I think is vague, and it's important for us to just share this. It has been defined across multiple research and literature sources that cannabis products are made for ingestion, including, and these are the edibles, food cooking ingredients, tinctures, dietary supplements, drinks, teas, sweets, gummies, cookies, candy, chocolates, and capsules. And these can either be homemade or commercially prepared. Cannabis-infused foodstuffs and edibles during this presentation will be used interchangeably, but in essence, we are speaking of the same we are on the same topic. I will now hand over to my colleague, Prof. Carney, that will just introduce what we know about cannabis. Over to you, Tara.
Thank you so much. And just to echo Nadine's thank you for the invitation, to the chair, honourable members, members of the committee, DG, as well as other colleagues attending. So I'm not going to go into this in too much detail because I think the previous speakers have really spoken about the fact that we do get different cannabis products, and specifically we are talking about edible products. And we know that a number of these contain non-psychoactive products such as CBD and hemp ingredients, which have their health benefits. But I think what we are really trying to concentrate on are the full spectrum products or those containing THC. It's also important to notice that not all ingredients are uniform in edible cannabis products. And we do know that globally there is some evidence that CBD in particular does help to improve certain physical health conditions, especially around multiple sclerosis. It helps to decrease nausea in a number of medical conditions. It helps with the sort of symptoms and to control epileptic seizures, and has also been reported as a sleep aid. But as Nadine has mentioned, we know this is a very complex situation, and we also know that in South Africa, we are at the point now where we have new legislation and regulation, and we need to consider cannabis edibles, especially because these are products that are increasingly used by young people. Okay, next slide. So I'm not going to talk about this too much. I just wanted to mention that I think one of the reasons also that cannabis edibles or foodstuffs are becoming more popular and more well-known, I suppose, in society is because there are certain perceived benefits around this mode of use as in comparison to smoking cannabis. And because the sort of public health knowledge is not out there, these products are seen as less harmful and sometimes more effective because of the way that they work and their mechanisms. Next slide, please. So as Nadine has also mentioned, unfortunately, we are lacking in terms of evidence when it comes to what we currently know in South Africa. We will present some evidence that we do have, which is limited, but most of what we do know is from the USA and from Canada. And even in those settings, it must be acknowledged that cannabis edibles are particularly challenging to regulate. So in late 2018, for example, Canada amended its cannabis regulations to authorize the legal production and sale of cannabis edibles in the next phase of the country's legislation journey, except in Quebec, which I'll talk about in a minute. And in the USA, a number of states also have particular regulations around cannabis edibles that contain THC, but these may vary from state to state. So besides this, there are few countries, especially low to middle income countries, that may be more similar in their profiles to South Africa, that have specific laws on recreational cannabis edible products that really guide regulation of these products, especially when legislation has recently changed. So what we do know about these edible products is they do have delayed onset, and also they do have longer lasting psychoactive effects. So I would just ask you to bear that in mind as we talk about some of the concerns that we do have in terms of especially sort of key or vulnerable populations utilizing cannabis edibles. Okay, next slide, please. So what are these subgroups that are really vulnerable to harms when it comes to cannabis edibles? We are specifically concerned, and I think this mirrors the legislation as well, about the well-being of the child, and those would be children and adolescents under age 18. But we're also concerned about young people because we do know that developmentally the brain is still developing until age 25. Interestingly, older adults, we are also somewhat concerned about just based on evidence from other countries. So we would define that as those that are aged over 65 because they are often cannabis naive and they often have comorbid conditions. So you'll see in the corner, people with comorbid conditions are also mentioned there. And then I think an area that needs a lot of research still is when it comes to pregnant and lactating women. Next slide, Nadine, please.
No, I've just frozen. Just give me a minute.
No problem.
Not quite sure what's going on.
Okay, I think I'm just going to move to the next slide and just discuss it with you all while Nadine figures that out. So I think one of our key areas of concerns is when it comes to children and adolescents. And I think the concern is different depending on the age of the child or the age of the adolescent. So there are a lot of concerns around children under 5. So we know this is an age group who generally cannot read yet. So you'll hear later when we talk about some of our recommendations, even if products are clearly labeled or have warnings, children will not be able to interpret that as they cannot necessarily read. Also, children under the age of 5 spend much more time at home, so they are more at risk of accidental exposure, which is a concern. And unfortunately, as we said, a lot of the data is collected in the USA and Canada, but there's a lot of information from the National Poison Control System, medical emergency rooms, as well as non-emergency departments around this age group. And this is really something that we strongly suggest and are looking into including in South Africa with our change in legislation. Okay, next slide, please. So this is very much hot off the press. This is a study by Schmidt et al., which was published in 2025. And it was published in Canada. And what it really looked at was the year after dried cannabis was legalized across Canada. And this happened in all products except Quebec, which is why you'll see the 2 different bars in this figure. And what happened was this legalized sales of cannabis edibles as well as extracts. So this study wanted to look at changes in adolescent cannabis use and harm perceptions amongst 12 to 17-year-olds. And basically, these findings show not only an increase in edible cannabis use in terms of cannabis use, but also in smoked cannabis use and an increase in the prevalence of co-alcohol and cannabis use amongst this young population. You can move to the next slide, Nadine.
Thanks, Tara. I think this is my one.
Oh, it is yours. So over to you.
Yeah. So just in terms of what this particular slide speaks to, this is data emanating from the South African Community Epidemiology Network on Drug Use, which is a program supported by the Department of Health. And we collect treatment demand data from at least approximately 80 to 100 treatment centers across the country. Just bearing in mind, these are people that are actively seeking treatment for either alcohol, substance, or other substances and cannabis use. There was a paper that was actually published at the start of this year that speaks to this data, and I'm happy to share that. But in essence, what we found, and we looked at data over time, so this is 2015 to 2013, trying to determine what the impact of the legislation in 2018 was on admissions to care for people that use cannabis, and that's all ages or those that seek treatment in essence. So the data is analyzed for about 78,000 individuals between the ages 7 to 25 years old that were admitted to a specialist substance use treatment for the period 2015 to 2023. And you can see the gray bars when the Concord judgment happened, when COVID-19 happened. And what you see there is that there was a dip in cannabis admissions that excludes methaqualone or Mandrax post the Concord judgment. And then there was a significant increase around just after COVID-19 period happened. And so it was sitting at 56% of admissions in 2023. This also speaks to some other work that was published by Mutai. And this data set compared data from 2002, where the prevalence for cannabis use was at 1.5%. And when they analyzed the data, more recent data, and they did comparative analysis, they found that the prevalence had increased to 7.8% in 2017. So that speaks to what, in part, what we are referring to. Something else that also came up through the Ministerial Advisory Committee was during the period of last year, the Poisons Centre in South Africa had also received a lot of calls in relation to cannabis edibles poisoning amongst those under the age of 18, which is something that I thought to mention when speaking to this slide. But equally, there was a publication that was done by Dr. Dunnett and some of her students from one of the psychiatric hospitals in Cape Town, Groote Schuur, and they also found higher rates of cannabis use amongst adolescents admitted with psychotic or cannabis substance use disorder to a hospital emergency unit, and that was post the High Court ruling. And just to, I should have mentioned it earlier, but just to add, I think some of you might note the dip that you see post 2018, but it's also important, and this we see in international literature as well, that treatment demand, and it relates to our data as well. There's generally a lag time from when legislation comes into effect and to when one sees the impact of the legislation. So there's this moving target, which is a point I'll pick up later around being intentional about tracking what's happening in the cannabis space over time, so that we can monitor trends a little more effectively. Over to you, Tara.
Thank you so much. So the reason that we've included this slide is because it is a scoping review, so it provides us with a better overall global view of the concern of harms when it comes to older adults. So I'm going to present 2 slides on this. It must be noted that this specific study, the way that it defines older adults is 50 and older. So bear in mind that we traditionally would describe older adults as 65 and older, but it does break it down into those 2 different age groups, so 50 to 64 and 65 and older. So this is a study conducted by Wolf et al. In 2023, and I'm not going to go through it in great detail, but as Nadine has mentioned, we are always very happy to share literature and the references that we have based this presentation on. But medical cannabis showed inconsistent therapeutic effects in specific patient conditions. So things like end-stage cancer, as well as dementia. But what was of concern is a number of studies suggested possible benefits, while others found no benefits at all. And these were traditionally randomized control trials. So for those of you that know about research, this is really the gold standard of research. In terms of some of the harmful effects amongst this older age group that cannabis was associated with, this included higher frequencies of depression, anxiety, cognitive impairment, higher substance use and unhealthy substance use, accidents and injuries, as well as acute healthcare use, which previously wasn't there. So from the scoping review, we can't necessarily deduce what were the reasons for that. There could have been confounding variables, as I mentioned earlier, things like being substance use naive amongst this population, not being aware of how cannabis that contains THC would actually work and what the effects are. But I'm going to ask Nadine to move over to the next slide, which I think is maybe a more pertinent one. So again, just to acknowledge, we do not have much scientific evidence on older adults and hospitalization in South Africa. Hopefully this will be changing following our legislation. But this was a study that was conducted specifically in Ontario in Canada. And it was conducted in emergency departments. And if you look at this graph, the take-home message was that cannabis legislation in the specific area of Canada was associated with increased rates of emergency department visits for cannabis poisoning, which Nadine just spoke about, in older adults, with the largest increases actually occurring after edible cannabis became legally available for retail sale. So the authors suggest some of these reasons could be increases in accidental ingestion, just like with our children. If older adults are perhaps cannabis naive, they may not be aware of what certain products are, especially if they are not labeled correctly, ease of access, and lack of age-specific dosing instructions, as well as we know that a large proportion of this specific sample did have behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So this is an area that we definitely feel is incredibly important to conduct more research in. We know that smoked cannabis has been an area of interest for pregnant and lactating women, but it's still in its infancy. We have colleagues who have started to do wonderful work on this. But we know in terms of edible THC, not much is known. What we do know, what sort of synthesized evidence shows us, is that when cannabis is inhaled or smoked, THC's bioavailability ranges from about 10 to about 25%. But when it's ingested in edible form, this will be lower and drops between 4 to 12%. So this is a smaller percentage, but there is still uptake, creating a possibility of exposure. So that is something to look into. And as this research progresses, I also think it's very important to investigate and understand the pharmacokinetics and detailed impact that cannabis edibles will have on the fetus, so to speak. So there are a couple of studies that do look at, whether cannabis was inhaled or if it was used orally. And basically the take-home message from one of these studies is THC remained detectable in a sample collected 6 days after the mother's last reported dose of cannabis. So that's something for us to watch out for. Okay, and then I think, Nadine, I'm handing back over to you.
Yes, and I'll be speaking briefly to the overview of legislation on cannabis-infused foodstuffs. And what we've done actually for the Ministerial Advisory Committee, it is my rudimentary heat map that looks at what is happening in various countries as far as it pertains to various forms of regulation. So that could be fully or partially legalized or only for medicinal and recreational use. On the x-axis, you will see the various sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. You'll see where countries are in relation to legal status, THC limits, packaging standards, public consumption, THC potency, quality control, and marketing restrictions, which are all important for cannabis edibles. And on your your y-axis, you'll see all the countries that have some form of legislation, and which is also to a certain degree comforting in that we're not alone in the wilderness when it comes to a lot of confusion sometimes when it comes to all of these things. So just riding on what Tara has said, Canada probably has the strongest legislation, or they've been more bushy-tailed in relation to pushing regulations in terms of cannabis edibles, and that's followed by the USA. But it's also interesting that Uruguay was one of the countries that was actually the first to legalize recreational cannabis use. And then we have Malta, Luxembourg, Thailand, and Netherlands. I'm not going to go through all of them chapter and verse, but just perhaps highlight some of the key issues that were mentioned in some of these legislatory frameworks for these countries. So as far as relates to THC limits. Cannabis, I think, was the first to have capped THC content to 10 milligrams per package. United States varied between 5 and 10. One of the recommendations that we've put through is for 5 milligrams. In Canada, there is strict regulation around packaging, and this is because of the increased use amongst young people, those under age 18. Later on, we'll show you what these packages look like. They incredibly mimic the gummy bears shows of years gone by. They're enticing to young people. They are now child resistant, but before they weren't. And there's strict recommendations now for ensuring that packaging is plain and clearly labeled. A lot of information on quality control that has emerged out of Canada to ensure that high potency products are not sold on the market, that they're restricted. Some of the countries are quite have moved ahead in that, but others haven't. The European Union, they've legalized, especially Germany. They interestingly tolerate edibles, and edibles are produced informally, but they have signaled in their documentation that there's an issue around formal safety labeling and marketing standards. In Uruguay, as far as edibles are concerned, quality control is overseen by the Institute for Regulation and Control of Cannabis, which sits within their government departments. And then, for instance, around marketing, health warnings are required in Thailand, and they are extremely place a lot of emphasis on youth-targeted marketing and banning all forms of that. And that would include celebrity endorsements, youth appeal, or even lifestyle branding, because of the data that they've collected over the years, and obviously a lot of age restrictions. Some countries call for taxation of cannabis edibles, which is something that we have also discussed and tabled through the Ministerial Advisory Committee as a way forward. I'll touch on that a little bit later, but that is in essence what we have in relation to what is happening within other countries. But the common threads that we can pick up is emphasis on THC dose control, age group and vulnerability based, as Tara has indicated in her slides, sales restrictions, quality control, licensed manufacturing, strict marketing practices, state oversight in some jurisdictions, and to perhaps consider taxation models. The challenges in regulation of cannabis in food products is there is currently a lack of such a regulatory framework. I think we cannot escape the fact that post the legislation that came out in 2018, we've seen changes in social norms and perceptions around cannabis use in general, as well as cannabis use. It seems to be, there seems to be a belief that it's not harmful. We know that consumer knowledge is limited. Last week, I was in a little town in the Western Cape, Worcester, where we did some work, focus group discussions with young children, and that theme came across strongly, that cannabis was not considered harmful. It was, and that is by virtue of the legislation as that has come into play. As I said, literacy was low, and there were concerns that were shared just from this data, which is probably the most recent data that I have, is that there is accessibility through older adults and older peers, so there's diversion of cannabis. Concerns around dose dosage titration and standardized dosage guidelines that we'll pick up a little bit later. Obviously, an immense amount of concern around home-baked goods because there's no measure of control there. And a myriad of techniques to extract the ingredients out of a plant. And we will pick up on that a little bit later. But yeah, there's so much variation in this space, and I think that has probably led to us having all of these discussions. So in terms of what is proposed, given the work that we've done with other colleagues, some on this platform, is that we need to cap, in terms of recommendation, we need to cap THC at a minimum of at least 5 milligrams per serving, at a maximum of 10 and 100 milligrams per package. And we are suggesting that on the basis of it reducing risk, and it aligns with Canada and the US state standards. Child-resistant packaging, this is one big one. There's a lot of evidence, and I don't know, you just have to take a walk in the malls and see what is on the packages that are sold at retail markets. It's child-friendly, so the recommendation really is for child-resistant, tamper-proof, and plain packaging, non-glamorous cartoon characters, including the marketing aspect, you know, through influencers in cooking, TikTok videos. So social media is a great conveyor belt for marketing this product amongst young people, and this would prevent accidental ingestion, as we noted through the data that we received through the Poisons Control Center. Labeling, mandate clear labeling of THC content, ingredients, health warnings, and poison control contact details, and it should be labeled as containing cannabis, and this would supports informed use and emergency response. Third-party testing for potency, contaminants, including the presence of other substances, alcohol, nicotine, and energy drinks. We do see some of this happening, but as Tara also mentioned, and I mentioned, the research is underway in relation to that, but by doing this, we'd ensure product safety and consistency. There's a lot of questions around standard THC units, so Tara will be weighing in on this slide, the next two slides.
Thank you so much. So I think we're in a very fortunate position in a way that we are looking at legislation and regulations at this point, because a colleague of mine at the University of Bath and one of his colleagues in Australia actually developed something called the standard THC unit. So the best way I can compare this is if we look at, you know, what a standard unit is in terms of alcohol. So the proposal is that we look at cannabis the same way. And what's really nice is they've actually broken it down more recently into different cannabis products. So this is quite challenging to wrap your head around, but I know they are also continually conducting research, and there's actually a new publication that just came out on how to interpret this. But I think just for the purposes of this and for time, I think Nadine's spoken about, we suggest in cannabis edibles containing THC, you know, that the serving size is limited to perhaps 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams is quite generous, but some of Canada has 10 milligrams. So how to interpret this is obviously look at the type of products, and we're focusing on edibles here. And you would need to really make sure that the understanding is the total packaging contains 100 milligrams, and then it would depend on how many servings there would be, how much THC is, the concentration of THC, and there's actually a formula that you would apply for that to see how much each serving actually contains. And unfortunately, we can see that this 100 milligrams is much higher in this example, is much higher than the 5 milligrams, which is actually the standard unit, or the 10 milligrams, which is 2 standard units. Next slide, please. Having said this, we also do acknowledge that part of what research does need to do is also educate people on what some of the potential harms would be. And, you know, people are going to use cannabis. We absolutely acknowledge that. But especially for people who are using edibles perhaps for the first time, what dosage should they be looking at? And if you look at this, this is from a public health organization in Canada. If you look at this, it sort of really nicely indicates the different harms as well as the potential benefits. So it really is quite a neutral view of the units of THC per dose. So we can see at lower dosage, you know, that's recommended for first-time consumers or perhaps people that are using in a social situation. So we can see when we get to 100 milligrams, it's really only suggested for experienced THC individuals or patients who have severe medical health conditions that do necessitate these high doses, but that they are also, you know, in terms of the negative side effects, these can be quite severe compared to the much lower doses. So that's just something for us to bear in mind and consider as we continue with our work on cannabis. Thanks, Nadine.
Thank you. Thanks. So Sabra has spoken, so I'm not going to speak to that given time, but THC potency taxation has also come up as something to consider, and that's taxing cannabis products based on THC content, and then of course incentivizing lower potency options with the idea that it would discourage the production and consumption of ultra high THC products and possibly nudging consumers towards lower risk options. Monitoring and enforcement, as I showed in my rudimentary heat map, is also something that Thailand does. So they've established a national registry and inspection system for edible producers so that no one can bypass, or for lack of a better word, japo the system. So and this would ensure compliance and accountability. And then of course marketing, advertising and practices that I've alluded to earlier, is that we need to consider enforcing strict marketing bans and promotional standards, and as a start perhaps make a stand in respect of celebrity endorsements. And apparently this is rife on social media platforms, especially TikTok, so some form of clamping on that to minimize youth appeal and also this issue around lifestyle branding. So it is not any cannabis or cannabis edible use is not supposed to increase irresponsible consumption of THC edibles, and it should really not target young people. Public education, I think many speakers have spoken about this, and information to reduce harms. We know that there's limited information out there, and it's almost a free for all, and it's safe, and that's the messaging that's out there. So we need to implement evidence-based school and community-based prevention programs that address cannabis risks and also build resilience among young people. This is a song that I've been singing for a long time, and I do believe it is a measure, a harm reduction measure that is absolutely essential. Monitor novel ways to promote products to young people. And then, of course, something that I mentioned earlier is that we do need national representative surveys and evidence-based surveillance systems so that we can monitor not only youth cannabis in foodstuffs, but cannabis use in general over time, so that we can make use the data to make better decisions and for reduce the public health burden. I will now move on to Nobile. As I mentioned, she will be speaking to this set of slides. Over to you, Nobile.
Thank you so much, Nadine. I hope everybody can hear me. I am a little bit different from my esteemed colleagues over here. They are mostly coming from a health professional background. My mandate is mostly commercial, specifically business science. In particular, I advocate for the advancement of the commercial cannabis industry, as well as its economic longevity, but I do feel the need to work closely with health professionals to ensure that the commerce part of it is actually also very responsibly implemented, and that we have vulnerable groups being not just educated but also protected while the advancement of the industry goes on and creates jobs as well. So I will be coming completely from a commercial space. What we've found in some of our research at UCT is that there is quite a gray zone that we're stuck in South Africa at the moment when it comes to the cannabis industry. We have, private use, which is legal, but then we've got commercial trade, which is prohibited. And the result is that there's this rapidly growing gray area where cannabis clubs are operating with a lot of ambiguity. And there's obviously a paradox of legal use, but illegal enterprise. And if we look at these numbers at the very bottom, we've got a legal market worth about 470 million at the moment, but we've also got an illicit market worth 36 billion, which far outweighs that. And so there does need to be, some sort of implementation of trying to get these to be more synonymous with each other. Next slide, please, Nadine. So we have obviously myriad opportunities in South Africa when it comes to the economic potential of the cannabis industry. We do have it forecasted at about 28 to 30 billion rands, over 130,000 jobs, as well as in terms of the African continent. At wide, we have 118 billion rands forecasted as its potential. Now, you can see obviously in this graph that the hemp potential is a lot larger given its myriad of uses. It has a lot more uses than your recreational cannabis, for example. The illicit market, however, is that gray area that has a lot more economic potential, and all of this does need to be more synonymous. Next slide, please, Nadine. Okay, so I won't spend too much time on this slide in the interest of time, but a lot of my research has found that there are so many aspects of the cannabis industry. It spans agriculture, manufacturing, health, tourism, marketing, legal aspects as well. And I believe that there are various segments that then have various products that are associated with them, but they all need to be regulated in a way that is quite different and segmented because they cover very different areas, right? And so the public health relevance of these is also quite clear on the last column. So if you look, for example, at industrial hemp, we have at the very far right a minimal psychoactive risk, and so therefore, the regulatory home would be with the DTIC and agriculture. However, if we go a little bit further down to edibles and infused products, sorry, it's a little bit there's a bit of overlap in the text there in the last column, but basically what that says is that there is high or significant harm potential, and so there needs to be increased regulation when it comes to that. And so just a little snapshot, but the very main sort of key insight here is that a single blanket approach regulatory framework will not be able to adequately govern all of these segments. And so therefore we need to approach it from a use specific regulation point of view, which is quite essential. Next slide, please, Nadine. I think this is quite important in that we as a country are lagging behind in terms of really tightening our regulation around cannabis. And it is incredibly expensive for the country. It is costing us millions. Like I said, that cost of that gray zone is incredibly high. And the result of that is that over 98% of cannabis transactions actually remain outside of that tax net and public health oversight. So we have a lot of work to do to try and bring all of these things together. But the very big risks that we're facing in this regard is that there's financial exclusion, right? Because there's legal ambiguity, and so there's limited funding for cannabis businesses and for access to capital as well as financial systems, regulatory fragmentation as well. There's policies that are split across various ways, but there isn't a way that is coordinated across all of these different aspects in order to form a conclusive and more coherent framework to work with. We also have, I think John Jeffrey mentioned earlier on, this traditional exclusion. There's exclusion of indigenous knowledge as well. I think it's very important to bring in all the voices that are incredibly used to using cannabis and historically experts at it. But they tend to be left out of the wider conversation, and we tend to use only sort of health professionals such as psychiatrists and psychologists. But we do need to diversify the knowledge systems in order to include indigenous groups as well, to be able to understand how we can use the cannabis industry to achieve longevity, yes, but also use it in a way that is responsible in terms of traditions and practice as well. There's obviously investor uncertainty as well, because there's very little incentive to scale operations because of the fact that our regulations are quite vague at the moment. And then there's the export bottlenecks part of it, where there's licensing delays and very high GMP compliant costs, which prevent a lot of people, producers and small scale farmers from accessing global markets. Next slide, please, Nadine. So I have a number of recommendations that have come out of the research that we've done at UCT in this regard. And we absolutely need to be accelerating the commercial framework, to be finalizing the hemp and cannabis commercialization policy. But obviously this is, what we are all here for. But delays in this are costing the government billions in lost tax revenue. The second thing is to adopt use case specific regulation, which I mentioned earlier as well. Implementing THC tiered taxation, so obviously taxing products based on potency, that is incredibly important as well, and it obviously will generate revenue in a way that is quite, I would say, very, I want to use the word appropriate, but I don't know if that's actually the word, but I would like to just use that for now, for lack of a better term, just to have appropriate public health programs based on various different potencies, because they all have different effects. We also really need to look into creating inclusive licensing. We have thousands of small scale farmers who are excluded from the general framework. We are also at a risk, I think, of what we call the resource curse when it comes to African economies, westernized, people coming in and using the resources, selling them back to us at a profit, whereas actually we are quite rich as a country. We need to obviously be able to be inclusive of the broader population in order to make this work. Embedding public health provisions. I am very interested in the commercial advancement of the cannabis industry. However, public health provisions do need to be accounted for as well. And obviously establishing a monitoring system, which Tara also mentioned a little bit earlier. As the commercialization proceeds and as the industry, the cannabis industry, and particularly the recreational cannabis industry expands, we do need to have established monitoring systems to be able to track health outcomes and make sure that we're approaching it in a responsible way, but that also creates revenue for the people as well as the government. Can we have the next slide, please, Nadine? So I will just sort of conclude with a bit of a recommendation in that South Africa is actually quite rich, right? We have the right climate, the right genetics, the right cultural heritage to become a global leader when it comes to cannabis. However, we do seem to be lagging behind. But the National Cannabis Master Plan does represent a serious commitment to realizing this potential. But I do think it's in platforms such as this where we work together to make this happen. But I do think it's imperative that commercialization does work together with public health. And that sort of architecture would reduce the big marijuana risk. And what I mean by that is, big marijuana would perhaps take away from the actual economic advancement of the people of the country by using its resources in a way that doesn't quite pour back into the community. So I do think that the Department of Health does need to be a co-architect of a good framework that actually serves all South Africans, whether that's the consumers of cannabis or the businesses that are involved in the commercial trading of cannabis in the future, as well as public health interests as well. So we do need to implement progressive and very inclusive, purpose-built cannabis policies. And I do believe that that can unlock a multi-billion rand industry, but also light a path for revitalization of some of our small-scale farmers in the rural areas, public health access, as well as international trade and social justice. I'm going to leave it there, but just in the next slide, I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything, Nadine.
You're good. Thanks, Nobile.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah,
everyone.
thanks. And this is just the last slide. Just to mention, we wouldn't be worth our weight if we didn't just speak to some of this as well, which is not related to cannabis edibles necessarily, but just cannabis use. And again, just raising some of the public health concerns that we do have specifically with the smoking of cannabis, which is we still see an increased admission for this kind of thing in the treatment centers, and it centers around respiratory function, cardiovascular stresses, and reminding ourselves that cannabis smoke contains carcinogens such as ammonia and hydrogen cyanide. Tara spoke about cannabis use during pregnancy, be it through edibles or smoking. There is risk to birth weight and developmental delays, as well as long-term neurobehavioral impacts on the baby, the offspring. We cannot ignore perceptual motor functioning, so the risk of accidents, injuries, and violence. We need to keep that also at the forefront of our minds, because we know that over half of all patients tested experienced some level of violent injury, and then, of course, synergistic substance interactions. And that is also a reality that and it's increasing. We've picked it up through other research that we've done, and that is combining cannabis with alcohol or opioids. That is our heroines, or also known as naopi, which amplifies impairment. And on that note, I will end the presentation. We do have references listed for you. I just wish to thank my colleagues. We managed to pull this together in about 2 hours. Thank you for your time. And also to mention that we have, as the SAMRC commented on the cannabis regulations that were submitted yesterday by us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Haka, Professor Kani, and Dr. Bundwini, as well as Ms. Fafudi. I'm not going to attempt to summarize everything that we presented. Just to thank you, Chair, and we'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Chair, the next presenter will be Charles Botha. If you can proceed, Chair.
Yes, please.
Can I proceed? Hello? Hello?
You may, Mr. Botha.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
you
you.
can proceed, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, and Chairperson, and DGs. I'm Charles Botha from H3 Legal Solutions. We've been researching cannabis legal compliance and how to make it compliant for the last 2.5 years. Before, I just want to get my sharing in order. Okay, before addressing the structural execution placed before this committee, it is important to recognize the foundational legal misalignment that continues to shape the regulatory environment. The Constitutional Court settled this constitutional question of private adult use in the Prince judgment. The Parliament subsequently enacted the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act, and the Cabinet adopted the National Cannabis Master Plan. However, the element of the legacy legal framework remains only partially aligned with these developments. The Drug Trafficking Act continues to classify cannabis within a prohibition architecture originally designed for an entirely criminalized environment. While constitutionally protected for private use now exist, the underlying statutory framework governing possession, movement, and supply has not yet been fully modernized to reflect the Constitutional Court's ruling or the policy directions adopted by the Cabinet. This partial alignment creates practical uncertainty across the regulatory system. Law enforcement continues to operate with legacy criminal law structures, while the regulators attempt to implement new policy objectives with statutes designed for prohibition. And the working cannabis economy is expected to function within a legal architecture that still reflects an earlier constitutional era. This is not a theoretical concern. This is one of the reasons why the current framework reflects lawful cultivation and constitutionally protected use at opposed ends of the value chain, while the mechanism that connects them remains legally ambiguous. The matter before this committee is not simply one of commercial activation, it is one of legal coherence. The central structure issue. South Africa's cannabis framework presently reflects partial activation across the value chain. Cultivation is lawful, private use is constitutionally protected, industrial has been stabilized under an evidence-based agricultural framework. However, between lawful cultivation and constitutionally protected private use lies the structural absence. There is no operation domestically for aggregation, processing, distribution, or retail activation. As illustrated in Annexure A of our written submission, lawful supply and lawful demand exists at opposite ends of the value chain, while the intervening commercial mechanisms remain unregulated and prohibited. As illustrated, this creates what may properly be described as a regulatory vacuum, where lawful demand exists without lawful supply pathways. Illicit markets particularly fill the space. This is not a moral characterization, it's a structural consequence of incomplete execution. The relevance to the matter of this committee. The mandate of the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition concerns industrial development through coordinated value chain participation. The current framework reflects upstream recognition without downstream activation. In practical terms, cultivation does not translate into income. Licensed facilities remains underutilized. Small-scale and heritage producers remain excluded from lawful participation. Investment remains constrained by regulatory uncertainty. The issue before the committee is not whether reforms proceed. That decision has already been taken. The issue is whether implementation will now align with industrial policy objectives in a time-bound and accountable manner. And I just want to get to the next slide. In our discussions with the Department of Agriculture, it was good to see that some of the recommendations has been listened to and included. The hemp sector provides a clear and measurable precedent for effective execution through sustained parliamentary oversight and administrative alignment. The THC threshold was revised to 2% based on economic evidence. 5-year cultivation permits were issued. Routine SAPS planting notifications were removed, and oversight was normalized under agricultural governance systems. The result was stabilization, regulatory certainty improved, and criminal exposure reduced. Compliance became predictable. It was not achieved through deregulation, but through precision and coordination. The broader cannabis economy has not yet received equivalent execution discipline. Enforcement distortion and fiscal exposure. The absence of lawful commercial pathways has generated systematic enforcement distortion. In the absence of defined supply categories, enforcement agencies are required to police a partially legalized space using legacy drug law tools. This produces discretionary application across jurisdictions, technical prosecutions lacking sustainability, withdrawals and matters struck from the court rolls, a cumulative strain of procedural and judicial resources. As detailed in Annex C of our submission, regulatory ambiguity produces a cascading governance risk. Regulatory ambiguity, the discretionary enforcement leads to weak prosecutional outcomes. Weak outcomes leads to withdrawals and civil claims against the state. Civil claims generate fiscal exposure under the Public Financial Management Act. These outcomes are foreseeable, they are structural, and they are correctable. The socio-economic participation, the National Cannabis Master Plan especially commits to small-scale farmer inclusion, rural economic development, indigenous knowledge system participation, and youth employment. Without lawful domestic market activation, these commitments remain aspirational. Cultivation alone does not produce an income. Participation without market access is not participation in substance. Heritage and rural producers currently face unsold crops, regulatory exposure, and exclusion from lawful value chain integration. This outcome is not attributable to non-compliance. It arises from delayed execution of cabinet-approved objectives. The draft regulations as a symptom of structural absence. The draft regulations were intended to structure private conduct under the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act. In the absence of commercialization, however, subordinate regulation is being required to manage structural gaps. Quantitative thresholds disconnected from the agronomic yield, plant count limitations, ignoring biological variability, and undefined compliance categories introduce technical exposure without measurable harm reduction benefit. This is regulatory displacement. Subordinate regulation is attempting to compensate for absent commercial legislation. Refinement of subordinate regulation alone will not resolve the structural absence. The corrective Corrective oversight we request. A written submission proposes time-bound corrective measures within existing mandates. These do not introduce new policy. They give effect to existing constitutional and cabinet decisions. The committee is respectfully requested to consider directing the following: a revision of the draft cannabis regulations prior to promulgation within 30 to 60 days, a publication by the DTIC of a definitive timetable of introduction of a comprehensive cannabis bill, gazetting of protected national pilot or sandbox frameworks, authorizing controlled transitional participation, issuance by SAPS of a binding national enforcement alignment directive, designation of a single accountable senior official within the DTIC for CMP commercialization delivery. Institution of quarterly reporting to Parliament on cannabis-related enforcement activity, withdraws civil claims and associated fiscal impact. Each of these measures falls within existing constitutional and statutory authority. None require policy redesign. All require coordinated execution. The oversight question. The hemp precedent demonstrates that where Parliament insists on evidence-based thresholds and accountable coordination, stability follows. The broader cannabis framework now presents a narrower question. Will implementation be rendered time-bound and accountable? Continued delay does not preserve the status quo. It produces enforcement distortion, fiscal exposure, market instability, and socio-economic exclusion. Execution determines the legitimacy. Law without operational clarity creates instability. Oversight ensures coherence. Coherence ensures legitimacy. Chairperson and honourable members, the submission is placed before the committee as a corrective instrument to support its constitutional oversight mandate. The reform mandate has already been determined. The present task is a disciplined execution. I would also like to acknowledge the constructive engagement that has been made in to make this discussion possible. In particular, I extend appreciation to Mr. Toby Towns in his role as Chairperson for Trade and Industry and Competition, whose willingness over a number of years to engage with the structural realities of the cannabis sector has helped ensure that these matters receive serious parliamentary attention. I also acknowledge the support within the Democratic Alliance for the evidence-based engagement on this issue and for recognizing the economic and social importance of the coherent cannabis framework. With that being said, I want to introduce our pilot partner, Jonathan Obi, who is one of the 8 licensed facilities to manufacture medicine that is licensed through SAPRA. Jono?
But are you done?
I thank the committee.
Are you done, Mr. Boda?
I am done. I'm Jono. It's just next.
Okay.
Okay. Jono?
It would appear Mr. Wobby's audio is not accessible.
He's unmuted. I think he's just unmuted.
Yeah.
Hello.
We can hear you, Mr. Wobbe.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Can I proceed?
As you please proceed, Mr. Wobbe. You may proceed.
Yeah, we're just getting our presentation up on screen. Screen.
Are you fine?
We're not seeing you.
We can't see anything.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the hosts, it says on my side,
Mr. Wobbe, you have sharing rights, so you should be able to share your presentation. Now it's off the platform.
I think he has a very bad connection.
Yeah.
Is there no one who can assist maybe to flight the presentation for him?
Unfortunately, I will step in for him. It is Shawbert again from HC Legal Solutions, and Mr. Wobbe is back. His concern is mainly the illegal market being strangled by people that are not being allowed to produce, while the 8 only facilities in the country that is allowed to produce medicine are being strangled, and they do not have access to. I think Mr. Wobbe is back. Let him speak for himself. Thank you.
Mr. Wobbe, you may proceed. We can see your presentation on the screen. It would appear, Mr. Wobbe, we can't hear you. If Mr. Mbuta will take over and maybe brief the committee.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, yes, correct.
Okay, let me try this again. I'll just skip the introductions. I'm John Wobbe from Ministerial, a licensed cultivator and manufacturer in the cannabis space. And I've been working alongside Charles for a while now, trying to get all the angles of this industry put together and try and formulate some form of industry and get some legislation together. Sitting through this presentation, a lot of what I was going to deal with in this presentation has already been discussed. So I'm going to skip through the first stages of my presentation relatively quickly and deal just with certain parts of it, which I believe now are relevant and haven't been discussed before. Let's just quickly skip through this. This was just the current legal and illegal supply channels that are open within the country. Obviously, most of these have been discussed through the SAPRA Section 21, the private use bill, and all the other things that go along with that. Obviously, there's complications, as were mentioned, with that too, with giving people access to manufacture and produce a Schedule 6 drug at home. And then, of course, the issues around the sale of that and where that comes in remains prohibited. So this is an issue that we're going to face going forward. We've just discussed most of these bits as we've gone through. Let's look at the Section 21. We did that. Then we've got the current facilities, as we were discussed, that have been licensed to do this. Unfortunately, as it stands at this point in the game, the access for licensed people like myself sits only potentially in the supply of Section 21 medication that's done through the patient portal. Technically speaking, that's really the only place that we can perform right now. Currently, what's happening is that that so-called pharmacy outlet is being filled by the illegal space, which is the shops. And in most cases, even the Section 21 is being abused in order to produce that illusion that this is actually a legal facility. I use the word pharmacy also very loosely in this presentation because the definition is not actually applicable when you look at these shops. The SAPRA licensed facilities, as I said, all already in the game. Let's get back to this part, which probably has got the bigger part as far as everyone's concerned, and that's the artisanal and rural growers. In the current system, like us as the licensed people, we are completely cut out from this supply line. The unregistered shops, of which there are approximately 8,000, are claiming to be representing these rural growers and supplying their product. This, in fact, is not the case. And most of the product is actually produced in illegal grows, both the flower and the finished products. So the unregistered shops are actually fulfilling this role at present. Okay, what issues have we got that we've highlighted throughout all of this? Criminal classification of flower and seed, which needs to be addressed. The disparity between legal purchase and rights been discussed already. Health concerns, for me, this is probably the biggest one that needs to be addressed, in the sense that while we have this uncontrolled supply into the country, not through SAPRA-approved facilities, we definitely can't speak to the health of our populace that are being supplied through these outlets. SAPRA, obviously, because it's not making any medical claims, has no role to play in that. Legal registered business like myself, who can't partake in that industry, are in free fall as far as our business is concerned locally. And this informal sector that's burgeoning in this country is having very detrimental effects on our export capability, because the local market is looking very fragmented, and there are a lot of illegal growers and people who are prepared to do unscrupulous paperwork and deals and actually export out of this country. And a lot of that is happening, which is precluding anybody like ourselves from actually being sustainable at those prices. So while we have been exporting into places like Australia, it's now becoming prohibitive cost-wise with our requirements through SAPRA and legality to actually compete in those markets openly at any level that's decent for us. And then obviously the thing that was highlighted too was the fact that we are a signatory to international drug control conventions like WHO and others. And at this stage in the game, the movement of Schedule 6 products around this country illicitly is putting that into serious jeopardy, as was discussed. And then just to get through to a couple of misconceptions we did with the hemp and cannabis, we've dealt with that already, definitions of the Section 1. And then something that I think needs to be said categorically, because the shops are referred to in much paperwork very openly and liberally that are out there at the moment. And I think it needs to be made very, very clear that none of this is actually legal at all. And then the second thing that I would like to personally, and this is one of my personal things, this differentiation between medical and recreational products. I do not, for the life of me, understand why, as a private use person or patient, whether you grew it yourself or not, that you should be forced technically to have lower grade products because you're a recreational user. I would think that a health department and a government treating cannabis responsibly would want to know that all products that were specifically sold within the country, not privately grown, actually fitted the medical framework. And I don't see that a recreational user should be treated any different to a medical one. And I think that that provides a separation within the industry that becomes difficult to manage. If we look, and we're going to go now, I just want to spend more time and potentially even have a discussion around if that's even possible. The model that Charlotte and I have come with that I'd like to discuss today, that basically addresses a lot of these things and puts a visual representation of what this industry could look like. And I think that when we look at this in its entirety, we will come to realize that what seems like an insurmountable task is actually not that difficult, and in many cases has already been demonstrated to be a successful model. For instance, the shops show an appetite for the product. They show an appetite for the retail segment. They tell us that the population wants these products, has an interest in them from a medical and recreational point of view, and therefore we should make this possible. So what would a successful commercial model have to address? It would have to be in line with government cannabis master plan that we've discussed at length already today. It would have to provide access to all levels of role players. That's not just from a production point of view, but a consumption point of view. It would have to ensure safe and regulated products in line with all health requirements. And it would actually have to provide access to clean, regulated products for purchase under the private use bill. Because as discussed, not all people have the ability, the space, or even the knowledge to grow their own products. So access would be denied if this was not offered. So we have to look at call it for now, a recreational access to the market. We've discussed a number of issues around specifically the rural and artisanal growers. If you have a look at the picture on your screen right now, just for clarification, we've separated the right-hand side, which is all done in green, THCA, in other words, not psychoactive, while technically that's just the flower before it is combusted or produced into any other product. That would be THCA. Once you produce it or decarboxylase it, you get to delta-9 THC, which is your active ingredient, which I've separated on the left. Let's look at the rural growers, because we're so concerned about them, and we should be, because it's their legacy that's brought us to this point and kept cannabis alive and made it a product that's now being viewed as something special, unique, and of medicinal value. So we thank them and we need to keep them. The problem with it is that the regulatory framework allowing flower to come into the sale market, and I'm now talking obviously as a regulated individual and as a person that wants to see shops in the same regulated form, it would be very difficult to put their product test-wise up against products grown in an indoor facility, for example. And those barriers to market would always become an issue. Now, I'm simply suggesting that we have, and be this in the initial stages only, a two-tier system which allows flower to come out of rural growers, obviously be tested. Obviously, there'll be a framework under which they grow. These things have always all been discussed. And that flower could be sold into shops that specifically only sell flower and specifically only sell products that are manufactured in this country by rural growers and our internal grow operators that are now going to be licensed in the rural sector. This will give them a product to market, a space to market, and a price point at which they can operate. Because currently, the illegal supply and the illegal growing of cannabis has brought the price of flower down so low that even they can't compete in access to these shops. Their product traditionally now is actually being used, if at all, in extraction, illegal extraction to produce these oils and products that are in these shops. The other thing that was addressed in this earlier was the seasonal nature of rural growing. This does not give somebody a full year income. It's a seasonal growth. They can't sell it all within the first couple of months of drying. It denudes and it's worth nothing. What we're suggesting, and this is something I have discussed with SAPRA a couple of years back, and they are willing to look at it, is that we actually take bulk flower and material that is not suitable for flower sale, and we produce oils with it through GMP certified facilities. This could be the facilities we're sitting with now. These could be facilities, oil extraction facilities that could be put in rural areas. What it would allow us to do is actually bring their product into a market where it would now be compliant and would now attract a decent value as a starting product in the manufacturing process. That would allow us to purchase their entire grow and pay them throughout the year as that is produced into oils and sent out to market, which would actually make their system sustainable. Because trying to actually survive on a single year grow, I think that's impossible. Let's have a look then at the left-hand side of this, because now the left-hand side of this is going to be dealing with the THC and more specifically the shops themselves. We're saying that all shops, all outlets should be seen as medical outlets. All product that is in those shops are considered manufactured products. Vapes, tinctures, pre-rolls, edibles, all those things should come only from GMP certified facilities. That would allow us to consume a lot of the product that's produced by rural growers to go into that oil and finished product market and for export. And I think that provides an opportunity that's not there. This too, I would look at as a temporary solution, because obviously we do not want to leave these growers in the state that they're in now. While traditional growing techniques, growing outdoor, are highly valued, to take those into semi-formalized growing under shade nets in rudimentary tunnels, those skills could be really used to uplift their product and bring them into the market without having to have a separate division like we have now, and would then bring us into alignment with the rest of the world. I do believe, however, that our unique situation is unique, and I do believe we have to incorporate something like this in the beginning stages in order to deal with it. What we're suggesting is that the shops become the center focus of all the administration. What we're saying is that they have an administration portal which is common to all outlets and to all manufacturers. In other words, that administration portal will register all licensed products, will register all licensed producers. It will link to doctors. It will register all cannabis users. It will issue cannabis use cards to all members, whether they are medical or recreational, as it is seen today. It will send these records to the relevant authorities like SAPRA and the like, who require these from a recording and monitoring point of view. And it will automatically provide all the drug controls that are needed. This would be a central managed hub that sits in every single, has a portal in every single retail outlet, every single manufacturer, and is linked directly to Department of Health and to SAPRA for their guidance. If we look at this, there are a number of things. Sorry, we're having some technical issues here today. Sorry, can you still hear me?
We can still hear you, Mr. Bobby.
Okay, 100% there. Thank you. Let me just get to where we are. Sorry, for some reason, let me carry on talking over this while we do this. What we believe is that the success to this model is actually not trying to change anything that's happening outside of some of the laws that need to be changed, but actually incorporate all role players as they are currently. So in other words, those that are prepared to conform in the shops to the legal framework that will then be necessary to handle scheduled drugs, those will stay. Those who don't want to conform to it will have to close. The same goes with producers that are currently not licensed supplying that network. They would either have to regulate themselves or close. What this would do would give our industry a backbone, would give our local producers a foot up. We'll be able to get our local industry on an international par that will actually allow us to showcase South African product correctly overseas, as was mentioned by one of our other role players. And it would give all of us an opportunity to expand this market and become role players ourselves. If you look at what's happening with the licensed people, we've now had licensed facilities. I think my license is going on 5 years and we were licensed number 20. So call it 6 years that we've had licensed facilities. The vast majority of those facilities are struggling hugely. And we're constantly discussing ways amongst ourselves to try and pool resources and possible offtakes to try and compete in the international market. But unfortunately, the prices have become so low because of all the illicit supply that it's becoming extremely difficult to do that. So it would be beneficial to us as well at that point to become part of this industry. And on that level and on that note with these shops, I want to make a very cautionary but very obvious statement, and that is this. In the short time that we've been talking about regulation, the informal shops have expanded on such a rate, and that the criminal network that's forming behind them in the way of supply is becoming so entrenched that if we don't act very, very quickly, we are going to have an industry that is huge, employs a lot of people, pays a lot of rent, has a lot of agreements, that we're going to be sitting in a position of being unable to actually stop it. And you would require actually a huge police intervention to close them all in order to get this thing sorted out. We all know what's going to happen with the constitutional challenges around employment and things that are going to come then. So this opportunity to present this to you guys is actually a plea that can we please start getting some form of legalized supply going into legalized shops, a framework, I don't want to use the word sandbox because it's been used too much, but a pilot project, a large-scale pilot that incorporates growers, retailers that are currently in existence, the rural grower organizations, and put together on the ground an aligned process that actually allows us to compete locally on a high level, on a economic footprint as well as a sustainable footprint, because the prices at the moment are being driven so low with this in country to actually bring anybody into this industry, rural or otherwise, is actually foolhardy. Simply put, what our model does is we formalize, regulate, and govern all existing players, utilizing existing regulatory frameworks by collating all activities and transactions through a central hub that becomes the record keeper, reports back to relevant stakeholders, SAPRA, policing, health, all interested parties. This self-regulation with a reporting function prevents undue burden on state resources. It conforms to all scheduled drug requirements, with the illicit markets in both manufacturing and retail gaining traction. The urgency for a program to start the regulatory transition and development cannot be overstated. Many countries, as we've heard in our presentations, are grappling with these same issues. The ones that have got to some form of stability within the industry have all adopted a pilot program system on which they have started and accepted that there would be reflection, experience, and feedback. We've heard in this presentation specifically from the medical side that what they're short of is feedback. These kind of pilot projects running would provide all the information, because we would be recording not only the medical use of cannabis, but we would recording the use of all recreational users through that network as well. So there would be a broad base of information, not just from a medical point of view, but from a recreational point of view, that would come off of this, which would allow us to steer the decisions that we make, like around the edibles. There's 5%, 10% in edibles. If you go into these shops that I'm talking about, these illicit shops, they're now talking about gummies that have 800 milligrams. I think if you know anything about cannabis, 800 milligrams of cannabis is going to take you out. So what's actually in there? I think there's something else that we need to discuss around this as well, as about the dangers of these drugs, is that a lot of what is being produced as finished products, like these distillates at 98% THC, which are then placed in vapes. That's not even cannabis. That should be regulated hugely. If we're going to go and use products like this, and you look what's happened in California, for example, who last year banned isolation extraction of cannabis. In other words, strain specific is all you're allowed. Why? Because the secret of the medication is not in the THC or the CBD per se. It's actually in the cannabinoid profile of that plant. Hence, the different plants get different effects. So while we're doing isolate style medicines, we're not actually using cannabis as a medicine. And these concerns around psychosis come specifically from that kind of behavior. Outside of chasing, as was discussed, strains into these huge THC, 33, 34, 35% in flower. Really unnecessary to create medical effect or, for that matter, to have a recreational experience. It's quite astounding, actually, when one looks at the fact that we've got 116 licensed cultivators and 8 licensed manufacturers, numerous organized rural grower networks, and all of them are excluded from the supply to an estimated 8,000 illegal cannabis outlets that are currently out there. And those are all currently being supplied by illegal cultivators and manufacturers. This should be a cause for immediate concern and action, people. If we want to keep this image from having the image of this industry high and not get all these bad reports around cannabis, we need to step in and sort this out really quickly. The bad voices around cannabis are speaking louder than the good ones. The realization of a stable, meaningful job creation remains a dream as it is right now. This system that is operating in the country as it is right now is fragile, to say the least. We saw it almost shattered when the Minister of Health banned edibles. The reaction and the effects that went through that shop network were huge. So to say that we don't have control over them, we actually do. We just need to put the laws in place. In closing, I think what I'd like to say is, and while I haven't gone into all the depths and the details, and I'm sure everyone from the various departments has looked at this plan and said, yes, but SAPRA has an issue with this, agriculture has an issue with that. It is a far deeper issue to discuss than what I've just done. And I think maybe if it was possible, a discussion around this would be beneficial. But what we do have is we have a plan. In this plan, we have the mandate of the rural cultivation groups. We have a mandate from the retail and the production facilities. In other words, all sides of the facility, and all, without fail, are crying out for regulation and an end to the uncertainty, the criminal prosecution, and the final financial loss and exclusion. We simply need the permission to implement. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes all presentations, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. It's been a long marathon day, but I think a lot of work has been done. I'm not sure whether members are ready to make their quick comments, and then we'll allow the minister maybe just to round out, and then we'll see how we take the process forward. Honorable members will help me. Andre?
Correct, Chair. Mr. Chance raised his hand, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chance.
Thanks, Chair. And just a big thank you to everybody. It's been a fascinating morning and indicative of the highly complex nature of this sector. Probably the most complex that I think we've encountered as a committee in the last 18 months or so. And I just want to mention that after this committee was formed, I have been approached by numerous people from different parts of the sector, both the growers, the manufacturers, the retailers. And we've heard today that there's a huge regulatory vacuum and a terrible inertia over the past 2 years in addressing the problems that we've heard about. But I think that this meeting is long overdue. And I think, Chairperson, that we have a duty now to scrutinize the issues very closely and to make sure that the department that is now the custodian of the master plan gets a move on. Just by way of example of the futility of the regulations, I was approached by somebody very early on who said that they had applied for an incentive grant in the DTIC, but they were turned down because hemp is not recognized as a fiber. And I thought to myself, well, how is that possible? How can hemp not be recognized as a fiber and then doesn't qualify for the grant? So there's still a lot of work to be done. And I won't go into the details because obviously there was a hell of a lot of information described today. But just one question I want to put to Mr. Jeffrey. I understand that a couple of days ago, there was a presentation of the industrial hemp value chain development project, which you were present at, but the DTIC and the other departments were not present at. And what I want to know, is there still a lack of coordination within the project between the presidency that Mr. Garth Strachan was involved with, yourself, and the DTIC? Do you believe that there is enough coordination going on between the various departments, both in the private sector and the public sector, to advance the things that are necessary? One of the things that you mentioned, which I found interesting, was that the regulations around the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act will effectively remove cannabis and hemp from the Drugs and Drugs Trafficking Act. Am I correct in saying that? Because clearly the existence of the Drugs and Drugs Trafficking Act has been a big hindrance in moving the sector along. And then just finally, it's very helpful to have the industry experts commenting on this, as well as the input from Dr. Bundwini, fascinating statistics. I just want to ask her if it's possible to give us some indication of how you calculated that 36 billion rands worth of illicit market. It looks like it's coming from the 8,000 shops that Mr. Warby was talking about. So that's all I'm going to say right now, Chair, but what a fascinating morning. Thank you very, very much.
Chair, Mr. Gama, Chair.
Honorable Gama.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon to the many presenters that we have had today. It's really quite a fascinating presentation, and I think one probably before this did not have any inkling or understanding of the cacophony of issues that are involved in this Nsangu market. It's not even clear, I mean, what is the actual size of the market. Sometimes we refer in the same slide that we believe that commercially it's worth about 5.5 billion, and then we say it's 14 billion. In other senses, it's about $10.1 billion. I'm not even sure what is the size commercially, but it does seem to me that there is a need for an integrated socio-economic impact assessment on the industry. The minister talked earlier in his introductory remarks about an interministerial committee that meets to look at this master plan and to see how it will be implemented, which he leads, since the whole hemp cannabis project, as it were, has now been handed over to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. I'm not even too sure how representative is that interministerial committee. I'd like to know from the minister which ministers, other than the Minister of Agriculture and possibly the Minister of Health, sit in there, because I see also that there's a need for the Minister of COCTA perhaps to also sit in there. The whole notion of the indigenous knowledge systems, in terms of how traditionally, from time memorial, in terms of our cultural heritage, how Nsangu has been used in our communities, and what is being thought of as we move forward. One is to make sure that those indigenous knowledge systems are actually incorporated. And I think they're not yet incorporated in the master plan that we have. And from the agriculture perspective, I guess what we're talking about is organically planted seeds of cannabis, daca, marijuana. I don't even know the interchangeable use of words nowadays about this industry, which is the correct one and which is not. Whether we, how do we safeguard that we only have organic crops and that we do not see an entry or a proliferation of GMO type seeds getting into the market, and what the impact of that might be, because I think there would be a huge proliferation. And then from a health perspective, this whole notion of the THC and the control of the dose and all of the vulnerable groups, I think that is also an issue that we need to look at very closely in terms of how we can make sure that we control this. And in terms of the declared minimum age for intoxicating or mood enhancing substances in South Africa is 18. But I think when SAFRA presented, they were talking about the issue that the brain develops up until the age of 25. And that some of these products can actually be catastrophic from a health perspective to young people. How do we make sure that these vulnerable groups can actually be protected? And then I think the doctor also talked about the legal use and the illegal enterprise paradox, which I think is also fascinating, and I think that's why they talk about illegal shops actually having a huge market, even bigger than the formal market. And therefore, it's something that says to me that we need to urgently go back to the drawing board and relook at this whole market with the input of the very many experts that are here, but try as South Africa Inc. To come up with an integrated model that can make sure that we don't have any policy vacuums in a number of areas. And that the way that the industry can be used and is such that we promote the less harmful and the more healthier aspects of it. And I don't know, in this huge South African universe, what's the best way to deal with that. It seems that there's a number of challenges, Chair, and we might need in a short space of time, probably within the next 6 months or so, to have another discussion around this, or even to have maybe a 1 or 2 day workshop looking at this whole notion, and also looking at what are the legislative vacuums that may exist in this industry, and to see how best we can make sure that while we promote a thrust of the commercialization of the industry, but that we also make sure that from a human perspective that it is not harmful to the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Gama. Are there any further hands from
Chair,
members?
there's no further hands I see from members, Chair, at the moment, Chair.
Okay. I think I must thank the colleagues who have presented as well as the input from members. it's very clear that there is some work being done by various departments as presented today, and notably the progress being done by the Department of Justice in developing secondary legislation, which is in a form of draft regulation. I think this is one thing that is commendable, and second, that the cannabis sector is very diversified. Therefore, seems like various parts of the value chain needs to be regulated differently, so that is not a one-size-fits-all. And I'm sure that from experts and everyone who's involved, we should be able to get somewhere with regard to issues of how this different value chain of the industry could be regulated. And maybe we also do need to talk about the threat, as we have seen with the cigarette, of the illicit industry, if we don't do our bit to ensure that the value chain is tightened. And it will be interesting to hear sort of advice coming from the industry with regard to how to ensure that we avoid issues of illicit trade in the sector, now that section has been legalized. The one issue that has been coming up is that when we interact with the Department of Justice, for instance, you get a sense that the primary legislation was more about individual or medicinal use. We do need, from the DTIC point of view, an intervention at the legislative level to ensure that the commercialization as presented also, is covered. I think this is one area that it should be covered by law. And we clearly, from this presentation, is very clear that potential for job creation is there, but we need to ensure that this entire value chain is unlocked in the way. Now, the proposals or recommendations that are coming from various industries that have presented today should be taken note of, and be considered to facilitate the regulation and growth of the sector. I think I like the suggestion that is being raised on the industry workshop with the lawmakers, so that the industry or the department don't move faster than the lawmakers in a way. So I don't know whether you might want to come in as those who presented, so that as we move towards the closure of the meeting. In the order, Andre, if you can assist in the order of presentations, if they just want to comment, and then we can then close the meeting.
Sure, that will be DTIC, then followed by agriculture, followed by health, and followed by Charles Botha and Mr. Wombi, Chair. Thanks. DTIC, Dr. Makubo.
Sorry, Chair, can I come in? It's Qadam Mhlauli from DTIC. Is that fine, Chair?
I think you may proceed.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair and members, and thank you so much for the questions. I think these are very good questions that are going to help us to shape, our work in terms of policy development, especially in terms of, the commercialization of the industry. That is where we are in terms of, the work of the DTIC. So just, I think the first question around the actual market size of the industry, I think I agree, with the comments that have been put by Member Gama to say maybe we need a little bit of time. That two-day workshop is going to help us to be able to be aligned in terms of the figures. But in short, the 5.5 billion, it's mainly what the industry is currently contributing, excluding the illicit trade. And then the 14 billion it's basically the baseline that we have in terms of, all the projections that have been provided by the different studies that you see. And it's basically, I would say, actually 28 billion, of which 50% is mainly the illicit trade. And then the 10.1 billion US dollar, it's mainly the global market size for the hemp and for the hemp industry, as per the study that has been conducted by LSF, which is the recent study that has been conducted by the LSF, looking at only the hemp value chain. And then I'm just trying to respond quickly, Chair. I won't be able to respond to individual questions, but just to give a high-level response. But I think the issue of illegal shops, I think it's a matter that needs to be discussed as a collective, because we do know that we are talking about the market that is there, and we see the demand in terms of all those products. But selling of cannabis in the domestic market, it's still illegal at this point in time. So the only thing that firms can do is to get the export license, and then they're able to sort of export their product to different markets, as I've indicated, Chair, earlier on, that all the trade agreements that we have put in place, they are going to assist to make sure that firms, they're able to export, they're able to get access to the African markets, EU, and so on and so forth. So that is still a big, gray area that we have at this point in time, including the commercialization. The Private Purposes Act regulations, they only accommodate the private use of cannabis at this point in time, does not accommodate trade or selling or dealings with cannabis at this point in time. So the commercialization policy that we are proposing as DTIC, it's going to look at those issues, that how do we make sure that we are able to commercialize the industry, but more importantly, to be able to make sure that small businesses, they have license, they're able to trade locally, and so on, and so all the different firms. So it's closing that gap, but we will need an overarching cannabis bill, which is a law, so that we're able to enforce whatever that has been put forward in terms of the commercialization policy. Because a policy, it's not a law. So it's going to be difficult for DTIC to enforce if there are sort of illegal, trade or, some quality issues and so on and so forth that are taking place. And I like also the inputs from our researchers to say we need to be very careful about the public health, issues when it comes to, this kind of, product, especially when you're talking about minors. So we have to make sure that as government, we hold at least a little bit, just to make sure that in terms of education and awareness, we are on the ground, because we know for a fact that if we don't regulate, we might see quite a lot of, cases of people who are, sick because of the fact that it's not regulated, and it is still a drug. It's still in the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act at this point in time. So I thought of, let me just put that as an overall, a response from DTIC. So I think the members, they've indicated that we need that workshop, so that we can workshop the members in terms of all the different pieces of legislations that we have. As you would see that when you talk about cannabis, there are quite a lot of, legislation that we have to look at, and more important, the legislative, the regulatory reforms that we have to look at in terms of amendments going forward. And obviously, it cannot be one size fits all in terms of the regulation. So we'll have to decide for commercialization, what kind of regulations do we have to put in place. And then the last, I think, issue was mainly around the, I think from member Chance, was around the issue of the concerns from numerous growers and the retailers and so on and so forth. The fact that this meeting, I think, is long overdue. I must say that I think in terms of the Hemp and Cannabis Master Plan, we have opened a channel for stakeholder engagement. through our steering committee. We've set up a steering committee that has got, stakeholders, which is from the private sector, government, as well as labor, where we engage on a number of issues. Over and above, we have set a desk as DTIC in terms of the whole master plan that is looking at stakeholder engagement on an individual basis. So we've had quite a number of engagement with Chalboth in terms of his proposals and so on and so forth. And we have taken those proposals into consideration as we are developing our policies in terms of regulating of the hemp and cannabis industry. But I think it's an ongoing discussion that we want to sort of engage with him. We are open as DTIC to continue to engage with stakeholders because as the chair has indicated, this is a very complex industry. It's an infant industry. There are quite a number of vast stakeholders involved, but more importantly, vast stakeholders with different interests in terms of, how they see this industry, flowing in the near future and the reimagined, kind of hemp and cannabis industry. But noting for a fact that there are countries that are thriving in terms of some of their activities, especially in terms of the textile industry, in terms of medicinal. So we have to learn from the best practices in terms of what is happening in Australia, China, and so on and so forth. Hence, we are working very closely with all these researchers to make sure that whatever that we're doing, it's actually has got, research evidence, and more important, to make sure that it's going to help the industry to industrialize and commercialize, and to ensure that there's inclusivity in the industry. So I want to leave it there, Chair, as sort of a high level, responses, but we are willing to engage in our 2 days workshop together with all the regulators that are here. Thank you so much, Chair and members.
Thank you, Ma'am Clauli. The next taker. If we can just be brief, please, so that because we're supposed to end at 1, we can stretch until maybe 10 past or quarter past at latest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I don't think there is any question which was really linked to agriculture apart from the comments. And I'd like to take this opportunity to first to appreciate the response from Mem Sauli because it covers elements of agriculture, and also take this opportunity to appreciate and thank you for the opportunity for us to bring you up to speed in terms of what agriculture has done so far. Thank you.
Do you have anything to add in terms of the regulations going forward? Sorry, Chair.
Nothing to add in terms of the regulations because everything I think is up to par in terms of the hemp. What we're looking at is the release of or promulgation of the Cannabis for Private Purpose Act so that the other process can start to begin.
Thank you so much. And SAPRA, in terms of the illegal clubs that are mushrooming? Thank you so much, Chair. That will be our last response as the team.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the committee for this opportunity. Remember, from SAPRA, we regulate for medical and scientific use, and anything outside that, it is regulated in terms of the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act and also the Criminal Procedures Act. So that would be unlawful for for the sale of even production of cannabis other than for medical and scientific use, and therefore that would be regulated in terms of those acts that I have mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we are done on our side, unless there's something that we have not covered as a team, Chair. Thank you so much, Chair and members.
Good afternoon. Sorry if I may.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes,
you are audible. You may proceed, yes.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee and colleagues as well. My name is Makubela Mukudivete. I'm a senior state advisor here at Justice Department. I'm the one who's been processing and promoting the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act. And as you are aware, we are at the stage where we are doing the regulations. I just wanted to add to what Ms. Fafudi has said in relation to the cannabis clubs. When we processed the bill in Parliament, that point has cropped up a lot of times because many people see this as an opportunity for people to be able to use cannabis at these private clubs. And our response was to say that even our bill, even the Constitutional Court judgment, did not make provision for the legislation to cover cannabis clubs. Because in our view, it will not be a consumption or the use of cannabis in a private place. It will be in a place that is accessible to many people, which will not be considered a private place, as contemplated in the Constitutional Court judgment and also in the Cannabis Act as well. So the private clubs are not permitted in terms of the Cannabis Act. So it will be a contravention of the law if those private clubs continue to operate. One last point, Chair, be noteworthy of the time, is to respond to what Honorable Chance, I think, raised and directed particularly to Mr. John Jeffrey about the deletion of cannabis and its varieties from the Drugs Act. Indeed, that is correct, honorable members. The Cannabis Act, if you can see, if you can check in the schedule to the Cannabis Act, we are making a provision for the deletion of cannabis from the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act. And once we have finalized the regulations and the Act has been put into operation, it will mean, therefore, that cannabis is no longer regulated in terms of the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act, but it will be regulated in terms of the Cannabis Act, but particularly for private use by adults in their private places. That's all I needed to add to what the team needed to address. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Chair, the Department of Health, Chair. I do not know if they wish to comment, Chair, through you.
Yes, I've opened for all of them quickly so that we can finish.
Thank you, Chair. Three of us will be addressing the comments, but we'll keep it short. Honorable Gama asked a question around safeguarding vulnerable populations. So I'll just present or give a response in relation to that, always acknowledging the complexity, but what we are very aware of that it requires a multi-layered approach, some of which has been alluded through by the speaker just before us on clamping down on illicit supplies and everything that is related to that, but also underscoring education and awareness. This is important and it's always downplayed, but there really is a need for universal level targeted prevention and awareness initiatives that not only target those that are at risk or vulnerable populations, but the general population needs to be incorporated into that for the express reason that within parental sector, within the parental home, we know that the social perceptions and social norms have shifted, and there's also somewhat of diversion happening in these situations, and also unintentional access by young people. So we need to address the normative culture that now exists around edibles in the main, but also cannabis. There's a lot of evidence for whole of community interventions that come from the alcohol research space, and that really speaks to tiered interventions. For example, we have legislation that's strong in place, but also interventions interventions through schools, primary healthcare sector, or clinics, sorry, maternal and obstetric units, workplaces, after school programs, etc., etc. And then, of course, regulation of access, which brings in another question, which we probably haven't spoken about a lot, but it is around enforcement and the degree of enforcement that needs to be put in place to safeguard our vulnerable population. I will now hand over to Tara quickly, and then I know Dr. Nobile will end off.
Thank you so much, Nadine, and I will speak very, very briefly. I just wanted to respond to the comment about the age, since the brain is still developing up until age 25, and this is pretty well known in terms of research that cannabis use, especially frequent and regular cannabis use, may have potential long-term cognitive, structural, and functional impairments the earlier that adolescents start using. However, what our definition of a child is in South Africa, I think is what we probably need to uphold. The same with alcohol, because alcohol can also cause damage to the brain if it's used in excess before age 25. But I think the really key thing is that we, as Nadine said, we really remember and focus and emphasize that children under 18, it is not legal for them to use. And how are we going to enforce that? But also providing the information to our young adults, those in universities, those that have just left school, and that are also sort of in that experimentation phase. How can we provide the information to them so that they can make informed choices and know the kinds of harms that cannabis use may have on them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Tara. I will come in to answer the question that was directed at me, I believe, if I remember correctly, by Honorable Gama. The figures that I spoke about come from a combination of Euromonitor international market reports as well as DTIC data. So the exact breakdown is kind of, if anyone is familiar with Euromonitor, they are a leading market research agency, globally very highly respected authority on markets. And their estimation of the illicit cannabis market in South Africa represents the value of unregulated trade. So that would be street sales, informal markets, and the black market, the gray market. And so this is all coming from a report released last year, July, on South Africa's cannabis market, building momentum despite regulatory inaction. So that cost of the gray zone is a comparison between what the illicit market is valued at, or is kind of estimated at by Euromonitor, which is at 36 billion, and then the legal market, which then includes only the strictly legal sales of CBD products and medical cannabis. And so the difference between that being that 36 billion versus the 470 million is then that cost of that gray zone to the country, which comes to about 35.5 billion. And so that is where the numbers came from. I'm happy to share any of the references and sources as well afterwards, if that helps anybody. Thank you so much.
And had like 5 kilos of heroin. Somebody's interest or something, or somebody who, it's alcohol, it's paying these people to do this crap. Are you saying you're last?
So somebody's speaker is on, by mistake.
Yes, is the next person speaking?
Chair, can I just have a quick follow-up with Dr. Bundini? It was actually me that asked the question about the source of the stats, but it would be very helpful if you could share that Euromonitor report with the committee secretary so that he can distribute it to the rest of to all the members, please.
Apologies, Mr. Chance. I thought it was Honorable Gama. I will definitely be able to share that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any next person, Andre?
Chair, if Health has spoken, then Mr. Botha would be the last person and Mr. Wambi, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just from a different number. My power ran out. I just want to take Mr. Nkoli from DTIC up on an offer to collaborate further. We have been talking to them, but our last response to them was about 6 months ago. So if we can speed up that response, it would be awesome that we can actually get something together. And from our side, we are more than willing to engage with them, as we've previously discussed. We did submit the pilot program to them for 100 sites, totally self-funded. And we're also waiting for feedback that was promised by Mr. John Jeffrey on the submission. So, yes, if they wish to extend the invitation for cooperation, we'll gladly accept. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. I think for me, the take out of all of this is the common understanding that this thing is very complex because of the legal, the medical, and all the various people that were sitting around this voicing their opinion. But what that highlights for me, and it's highlighted in the number of sessions that I've sat in with various departments where this was very, very informative, even in just the listening, in the sense that viewpoints from various stakeholders came together in one place. So what I'd like to say in closing from this and reiterate what Charles was saying, I think the need for meetings that incorporate all stakeholders instead of individual meetings, Labour having theirs or policing having theirs, if we could sit collectively and with the industry, I think we could speed this process up, because I hear consistently the 6 months, 8 months. Personally, I'm very concerned that we don't have that time as far as the retail sector within this country is concerned. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for the chance to partake.
Chair, that concludes all participants, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I really think that there is much progress in this regard. And let's just join hands as stakeholders to make sure that we can make progress. I just want to conclude by welcoming the cannabis bill, which is being mentioned by the DTIC, and they're planning to introduce it to Parliament by 2027. I'm certain that they will do everything possible, taking into account the proposals that we've made about the workshop and other engagements, so that there is a single strategy for the country on how to approach this particular industry. With those few words, I would like to officially close the meeting and then wish you well. And then I'm sure on a regular basis we'll interact and take things from there. Thank you very much. The meeting is officially adjourned.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, members. Thank you so much.